Just a few moments and our honorable dignitaries will be entering the auditorium. Our honorable dignitaries have already entered the auditorium. I request you all to kindly stand up in their honor and welcome our dignitaries with a huge round of applause. Walking in the auditorium are our esteemed dignitaries, our honorable chief guest, Professor Callum Drummond, AO, RMIT University, our guest of honor, distinguished Professor Suresh Bhargava, AM, RMIT University. Accompanying them is Professor Manoj Dhar, Director and Vice Chancellor, ACSIR, and Professor Venugopalachanta, Director, CSIR-NPL. Our dignitaries are amongst us to grace this occasion, and I request you all to give a huge round of applause to them, please. Thank you so much. The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Today, indeed, is a great opportunity for all of us, especially the research scholars, to learn and get equipped with the motive that together we can make genuine scientists for tomorrow. I, Dr. Sharon Jyotika Paul, on behalf of the entire CSIR fraternity, extend a warm welcome to one and all on this one-day workshop on creating intellectual infrastructure for mentoring the young graduates. RMIT and ACSIR are collaboratively transforming young minds by empowering them in academia, industry, and entrepreneurship. The Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, ACSIR, established in 2011, has adopted the mandate to create and train some of the best of tomorrow's science and technology leaders through a combination of innovative novel curricula, pedagogy, and evaluation. RMIT, officially known as the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, established in 1887, is a global university of technology, design, and enterprise working in pursuit of knowledge with action and generating positive impact together. RMIT and ACSIR embarked a flourishing academic collaboration from 27 July 2017, and since then, this partnership has expanded horizons for research by combining the synergies of RMIT's academic excellence and global footprint with ACSIR's scientific strength. The successful collaboration has not only enriched networks for research activities, but offered an immensely valuable platform for young, dedicated students to access transformative opportunities and experiences. We are indeed privileged to have amongst us Professor Callum Drummond, AO, RMIT University, who has kindly consented to be the chief guest for today. We are honored to have you, sir. To grace this occasion, we have distinguished Professor Suresh Bhargava, AM, RMIT University. We also extend our hearty welcome to Professor Manoj Dhar, Director and Vice Chancellor, ACSIR, and Professor Venugopalachanta, Director, CSIR-NPL. I also extend a warm welcome to our special delegates from RMIT University who have traveled so far and are a significant part of this workshop. I welcome Professor Sajiva Sethunge, Professor Kevin Zhang, Professor Kate Fox, Dr. Saffron Bryan, Professor Jenny Zhang, and Dr. Bobby Flies. I also extend a hearty welcome to all the distinguished guests, revered scientists, media partners, and of course, our dear research scholars. So now to commence today's workshop, I invite our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. I request the Director, NPL, to kindly accompany them on the dais. Can we continue to applaud for our esteemed dignitaries? On the dais, we have our honorable chief guest, Professor Callum Drummond, our guest of honor, distinguished Professor Suresh Bhargava, respected Professor Manoj Dhar, Professor Venugopal Achanta, and Dr. Ritu Srivastava. I welcome you all on the dais. Can we have a huge round of applause? Before we begin today's program, we would like to welcome our esteemed dignitaries with a token of delight and respect. I request our dear students to kindly come forward. I invite Ms. Anu to welcome our chief guest, Professor Callum Drummond, for being a significant part of this occasion. Sir, we are indeed honored by your presence and your kind gesture of consenting to be the chief guest. We extend a hearty welcome to distinguished Professor Suresh Bhargava, who has kindly consented to be the guest of honor. I request Ms. Rashi to kindly come forward and welcome our guest of honor with a token of gratitude. Thank you, sir, for your benevolent contribution for this workshop. I request Ms. Lalita to welcome Professor Manoj Dhar for being a significant part of today's workshop. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion by your presence. I request Ms. Shikha to kindly welcome Professor Venugopal Achanta, Director, who is the able navigator of the flagship of NPL. Thank you, sir, for your able supervision at every step. We will now invoke the blessings of the Almighty with the lightening of the lamp. I request our honorable dignitaries to kindly proceed for the lamp lightening. I request the volunteers to kindly help in the lightening of the lamp.
जयति वीणावादिनी जयति वीणावादिनी जयति जय जय जयति जय जय जयति वीणावादिनी जयति वीणावादिनी सत्य शिव सुंदर स्वरूपा दिव्य श्वेता छवि अनूपा सकल मंगल दायिनी जयति वीणावादिनी जयति वीणावादिनी.
I thank our dignitaries for doing the honors. The lamp has been lightened and we have commenced the inaugural of this workshop. Professor Venugopal Achanta, he is a visionary leader guiding us towards excellence with foresight and innovation. His impactful leadership and exemplary dedication inspires us all. I humbly request our Director CSIR-NPL, Professor Venugopal Achanta, to kindly come forward and accord a ceremonial welcome to our venerated guest and this August gathering.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my colleagues and students. It's been an honor to invite RMIT delegation here today. They're not new to us and we are not new to them. We've been collaborating with each other for more than 6 years now, and this has led to at least 10 PhDs of very high quality. 3 of our students, in fact, are at RMIT. So this is a successful program, and this event, we are hoping that our ties will strengthen and more activities will start in various areas of mutual interest. And in this context, I would like to briefly say about NPL. So National Physical Laboratory has 3 hats. One, which is a parliament-given mandate of National Metrology Institute of the country. So we set up, maintain, and disseminate the standards for the country. All the 7 SI units and derived units is what we work on. So some of the facilities which we have here are unique and some of the best in the world. So for example, the time, Indian Standard Time is one of the lowest uncertainties in the world, and also other parameters which we have the facilities here. Right. And the second hat which we have is in our name. So we are the only physics laboratory in the CSIR system, so we are supposed to do physics as well. And we have very strong material science activity and environmental sciences activities. So we do from carbon composite to semiconductors of all generations. Like so, we work on compound, even semiconductors to silicon, and as well as 2D materials, among others. As I mentioned, carbon composites is other big area. Thermoelectrics, we have people working on, and specialty pigments is other area where we work on. Right. So the third aspect which I mentioned is the environmental sciences. We have the National Polar Mission, so the Antarctica facility. The facilities are maintained or managed by NPL in the Maitri station, the Indian station in Antarctica. And we also have facilities at lower Himalayan region, as well as mapping the Indian subcontinent for the pollutants, how they migrate, the climate related issues, noise pollution mapping. So we do a lot of this work related to environmental sciences. Right. So, and this for the basic R&D, the physics aspect is concerned, and the third hat which we wear is part of the CSIR system, where the I is where we need to contribute to the industrial research, industrial needs. So we do a lot of technology transfer service projects for the industry. So these all three go in parallel. So each one of our scientists, I'm proud to say that, are involved in all the three activities. So this is in that way like a unique place within the country, and I'm say like one of the few places in the world where this kind of activity happens side by side. So the facilities which we have are at par with any matured research lab or institution in the world. So that way, like, so we can partner with both basic science, applied research, as well as direct industrial projects as well. So our collaboration has been very fruitful, and this is the time to strengthen it further. So one of the areas I personally am looking forward to is in the area of metrology. So just telling the team in the morning that probably we can tie up with a tripartite agreement between RMIT, NPL and NMI Australia. So this is one way to look at it, or just the metrology facilities themselves, activities of interest between RMIT and NPL is something which we can look at to further our activities. Right. So we also have our sister labs. So as I understand, RMIT collaboration through ACSR has grown to almost 30 of the sister labs now. Of the 38 which we have, this is not a mean task, and the credit goes to the ACSR team for all this to achieve within the 6 years. It's short time, but unless the initial collaborations have shown fruitful outcomes, the rest wouldn't have followed. So this shows how successful the RMIT program is. So I'm sure like we'll grow further together. And I welcome you once again to NPL and look forward to having more interactions. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words, and also for highlighting the role NPL is playing as a National Meteorology Institute, helping in dissemination of the measurements to the needs of the country. We are honored to have with us today a highly respected and proficient individual whose accomplishments and expertise make him a role model for all of us. Professor Manoj Dhar, Director and Vice Chancellor, ACSIR. He is a geneticist by training. Professor Manoj Dhar is a fellow of two prestigious science academies of the country, namely National Academy of Sciences, India, and National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He has been awarded many prestigious awards and honors. Now I humbly request Professor Manoj Dhar to kindly enlighten the gathering with his golden words.
Good morning, everybody, and it's indeed a matter of great honor and pleasure for me to be here this morning. Esteemed Professor Callum Drummond, Vice President, RMIT University, today's chief guest, Professor Suresh Bhargava, Dean Research and Innovation Research Partnerships India, our guest of honor, Professor Venugopal Achanta, Director CSIR-NPL, Professor Ritu Srivastava, Professor of ACSIR and Senior Principal Scientist of NPL, distinguished delegates of RMIT who are here, and distinguished scientists of NPL, dear scholars and students of NPL. Just a minute, there is some technical problem, so maybe you can just help me in this. Right. Let me first of all say that we are delighted to have the delegation of RMIT Australia to India, especially to ACSIR and of course our most prestigious laboratory of CSIR, NPL. So we are extremely pleased to have you here this morning, and I would also like to mention that it has been a great going in the last several years of our engagement with the RMIT. But before I come to that, I will like to mention that as a country, one of the hallmarks of Indian culture has been the emphasis on knowledge and learning. Our ancient centers of learning, which have been called world's oldest universities, namely Takshashila and Nalanda, were beacons of education that attracted scholars from across the world. I'm talking something like maybe a history of about 3,000 to 5,000 years. And subjects like mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and philosophy were studied with utmost dedication, laying the foundations for modern scientific and philosophical thought. Going with the same ethos, ancient knowledge, rich history of science and technology and innovation of our country, Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, in short, ACSIR, was established during 2011. ACSIR, as you may be already aware, is a unique institution of national importance established by an Act of Parliament of India with a strong focus on interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary research. It is the largest institution, and I am saying it with great responsibility. It is now the largest institution of doctoral education in India and has a track record of excellence in research and innovation. It's an overarching institution with 37 CSIR laboratories, some institutes of Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, and other ministries as academic campuses. So in total, at the moment, we have about 56 institutions which are affiliated to ACSIR. And ACSIR being the degree granting institution, and in all these institutions, various scientists working in these institutions, including mainly CSIR, they constitute the faculty of ACSIR, who not only undertake teaching but also conduct research and impart other skills to our students. And as I said, presently ACSIR is the largest institution in India, and I am not sure about world, wherein more than 8,000, I will repeat, more than 8,000 students are currently registered for PhD with ACSIR. And this year alone, I think we have already admitted 1,200 students to PhD program, which is being offered in all these 37 CSIR labs and the other institutions which I mentioned. We have awarded 577 degrees in the year 2022, and this year I am sure the number is crossing 650 and so on. In terms of ranking, ACSIR has been ranked 12th in the research category in NIRF, which is our national ranking framework, most prestigious one, and in the year 2023, which represents a huge jump from 22nd rank during 2021 and 18th rank during 2022. ACSIR holds 11th rank among universities in India in Nature Index rankings and is ranked 3rd among educational institutions in India in 2023 SHMAGO ranking. So far, ACSIR students have published about 18,000 research papers, since inception I am talking about, in prestigious journals of the world. Since last about 7 years, ACSIR and RMIT have together embarked on a journey of excellence and innovation by successfully running the joint PhD program in co-tutel mode. To my mind, this program is offering a unique international exposure and quality mentorship, besides developing an understanding of social and cultural diversity. At present, 87 students are enrolled in this program. The number may vary a little bit, 1 or 2 here and there. And currently 45 students are availing the fellowships in Australia. So far, 15 students have been awarded joint PhD degrees. Although ACSIR is just a little more than a decade-old institution, and as all of you know, and you will agree also, that 12 years is a very small time for an institution to make a mark. Yet, even if you look to the world's best institutions, look to your own country, you'll see that we have a very long history, but still, in the world, many universities are many centuries old, and some are even more. Yet the achievements of ACSIR cannot be considered mean by any standards, with around 4,000 degrees awarded so far, and more than 8,000 students currently registered for PhD degree. ACSIR is fast emerging as frontline national institution for generating highly qualified manpower in science and technology. Nevertheless, we at ACSIR believe that there is a lot to be achieved still, and particularly in view of 3 major developments in the areas of higher education in our country. I would like to have special attention of Professor Raman for these 3 things which have happened in the recent past. First and foremost is the implementation of the National Education Policy announced by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji during 2020, And second is the establishment of Anusandhan National Research Fund. And third is the emphasis of the government on building startup ecosystem. Taking clues from what has been envisaged in the ACSIR Act and also keeping in view these three developments, we have embarked on a new journey wherein innovation shall be the main plank on which the new edifice of ACSIR will be built in the times to come. The aim is to imbibe the principles of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability as envisaged in National Education Policy 2020, so as to prepare the next generation of scientists and technologists for ameliorating the problems being faced by the society. What we are aiming at is to make ACSIR truly a research-intensive institution as envisaged in NEP 2020. Let me say here that ACSIR is being recognized and as the most progressive public sector institution in India. One of the prominent media houses, The Pioneer, just few days ago, writes in a recent report, and I quote, "Few new generation public sector universities like the ACSIR have streamlined these complicated procedures." In fact, the article is talking about what are the hurdles of moving ahead so far as higher education is concerned, and it is in that context that in the entire story, these few lines have been mentioned, and I would like to repeat those once again. Few new generation public sector universities like the ACSIR have streamlined these complicated procedures, reducing the paperwork and completing the work within the stipulated time. So they consider ACSIR as a frontline institution which is making definite changes and is progressing. I hope you will agree that in an ever evolving world where knowledge is a currency that drives progress, our ability to foster and develop intellectual capacity is key to navigating the challenges and seizing the opportunities that lie ahead. I think that is perhaps the title of this workshop, Creating Intellectual Infrastructure for Mentoring the Young Graduates. First and foremost, I hope all of us here in this hall will acknowledge the transformative power of innovation in shaping the intellectual landscape. And ACSIR has ACSIR. I actually stands for innovative. So for us, it is the main mantra which we are following. Innovation is not just about creating new gadgets or technologies. It's about cultivating a mindset that embraces creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving. It's about fostering an environment where intellectual curiosity is not only encouraged but celebrated. I feel happy that both of us, ACSIR and RMIT, are committed towards this goal. Since ACSIR-RMIT relationship has passed the test of time, and with the earnest hope to see it maturing into a major program of international scientific cooperation, and luckily the presence of leadership of RMIT is here today, I think it's the time to set our agenda for the next decade or so. Our PhD students are the brightest in the country, as their admission is through a national level highly competitive examination, CSIR-NET as we call it, and they already have a fellowship before joining the PhD program. I am sure that our colleagues from Australia who have so far remained associated with joint degree program shall vouch for the enormous potential and capability of our students and the positive contribution they have made in the research programs of RMIT and CSIR. We need to continue this program and if possible extend to some new areas as well. I must say that CSIR laboratories offer expertise and enthusiasm to collaborations in emerging areas of science and technology, and ACSIR shall continue to act as the bridge to bring together scientists from both the countries. Another area of consideration could be the exchange of supervisors during the period the students are working either in India or Australia. I think so far it has not been done, but it would be extremely beneficial if while the student is in either Australia or India, the supervisors would also visit for a short while in order to have or maybe discuss more and talk in terms of future collaborations. There could be many benefits of such an interaction if that is created. And in that, we would like to see that how ACSIR could also be a part in that and how we could contribute in that. Here I would like to mention that we are now looking forward to have RMIT students visiting our CSIR laboratories for 1 year. Again, this has so far not come, but I would say that we definitely need to work on this to have RMIT students also coming to India and working with our CSIR scientists for 1 year under the joint degree program which we are already offering to enhance the interaction and finding solutions to the problems being faced by the world. I would like to mention before our guests from Australia that we have recently launched a new PhD program which is called iPhD, and in this iPhD program the letter I stands for innovation, innovative, imaginative and industry linked PhD program. We intend to extend this further by associating more and more industries. This program is aimed to boost innovations and develop technologies for the benefit of mankind. Once established, we would like to expand its horizons and seek involvement of RMIT in future for this program, wherein there is a very strong involvement of the industry. In conclusion, developing intellectual manpower through innovations requires a concerted effort from educational institutions, businesses, governments and society at large. And we would like to play our part, but definitely we would like to ensure that we both move together in tandem and try to see that we are able to not only develop that culture of innovation, and in that context I would like to also mention that the workshop like this which we are holding today, I would say that such kind of workshops, such joint workshops should be held in regular mode, and both in India as well as Australia, wherein we could have the scientists of or the leadership of CSIR laboratories to visit Australia, have discussions with the partners there, with the scientists there, and develop further programs, further collaborative programs. And I am sure that today's workshop will result in many leads which can be followed by both the institutions for laying the path for bright future of both the countries. I once again would like to say that we are extremely happy and we welcome the delegation from Australia, and I am sure that with today's deliberations, many new collaborations, many new partnerships will emerge. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your very informative and engaging words. ACSIR is truly thriving and shining in all areas of science and technology. And thank you, sir, for bringing forth some futuristic goals in front of us. I am profusely elated to take this opportunity to introduce you to our chief guest, Professor Callum Drummond. He is a man of great accolades and honor and has distinguished works in numerous capacities. Professor Drummond has a strong interest and passion for the commercialization of research outcomes. He joined RMIT University in 2014 from CSIRO, where he was Group Executive for Manufacturing Materials and Minerals, comprising 1,300 researchers and research support staff and an annual budget of $250 million. Immediately prior to this CSIRO Group Executive appointment, he was Chief of CSIRO Materials Science and Engineering. CSIRO's largest division. Professor Drummond is an active researcher with interest in the area of advanced materials, including application to energy storage and biomedical products. He has been an author of over 250 publications, including 4 invited book chapters and over 200 referred journal papers, 12 granted patents and patent application filings, and 54 major commercial in confidence CSIRO reports for companies. His referred journal papers have received more than 11,700 citations. The outstanding caliber of his research has been recognized through many prestigious awards. Sir, we have been eagerly waiting to hear from you. I humbly request you to kindly come forward and share your words of wisdom.
I was just going to say, thank you very much for that kind introduction. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today, leading the RMIT delegation associated with this workshop. Let me begin by acknowledging our host, Professor Venu Gopal Achanta, Director of CSIR-NPL. Thank you very much for already making us feel very warmly welcomed, and we look forward to participating in the proceedings today. I'd also like to acknowledge Professor Manoj Dur, Director and Vice Chancellor of ACSIR, and thank you very much for that presentation that you gave, where you outlined the history of ACSIR, but also the history of RMIT's engagement with ACSIR, and you painted a vision for the future. And much of that resonated with me, and I look forward to exploring with you and your colleagues more detail around those suggested areas to enhance our relationship between the Academy and RMIT. As was introduced, before I arrived at RMIT, I was a senior executive in CSIRO, which is the Australian sister organisation of CSIR. And I was actually in CSIRO for 27 years. So I can say through lived experience, I know the importance and the value of national science agencies to countries. And CSIR is without doubt India's premier scientific agency, and that's why, and its mandate is to deliver benefit to the nation, in your case the Indian nation, but through that mandate you also know that you don't have all the capability that's needed to address the world's challenges, to address Indians' challenges, to capture the opportunities, the global opportunities for India. And in RMIT, we like to talk about partnering for success, because we also know that we don't have all the capability that's necessary to deliver impact. And we're extremely pleased to be part of this partnership, which from our perspective has been successful to date, but we think moving forward, together we can be even more successful for CSIR, for RMIT, for India and for Australia. To date, we have roughly graduated 30 PhD students through our connection with CSIR. Before we became well connected with the Academy of SIR, we had a relationship with IICT, the Indian Institute of Chemical Technology in Hyderabad, and that's why my number is different than yours, sir, because I'm including that earlier relationship as well. And we grew our relationship with one institute in CSIR to now be engaging with 30 institutes in CSIR. And that growth from 1 to 30 is a further indication of the value that we see in terms of engaging with CSIR and complementing one another's capabilities. As RMIT, we talk about the conduct of excellent research being necessary but not sufficient. It's actually what you do with that excellent research to benefit others beyond the academic community, in our case, which is incredibly important. So as an institution, it's what you do for the national economy and the global economy. And if you're generating wealth as a region, as a nation, that allows you to have the type of social agenda and environmental agenda that you'd like to have as a region or a country as well. So as a university, for us, it's just not about generating and disseminating knowledge within the academic community. It's about using the new knowledge that we generate frequently in partnerships and capturing existing knowledge and going beyond that to deliver value outside the academic community. And that's why the relationship with the Academy of SIR and CSIR more broadly is so important for us as an institution, because CSIR is very focused on delivering value beyond just the value to the scientific and engineering disciplines. So on behalf of the RMIT delegation, we're very pleased to be here today. We're looking forward to getting into the detail associated with the workshop and exploring new areas of potential positive impact, and also to developing new relationships. I'm very much a believer that in order to have sustainable partnerships, you have to have mutual benefit in relationships, you have to have trust in relationships, and you have to know one another. The best way to build trust and to know one another is actually to meet in person. And so that's why I'm so pleased to have a number of my RMIT colleagues here with us today, so we can continue to develop the relationships, the trust, the friendship, the cooperation that's so essential to having a sustainable relationship, a sustainable partnership. And I was particularly pleased to hear from Professor Durr that he's actually keen to have alternate meetings between Australia and India. So our relatively small delegation today is going to meet lots of CSIR scientists and students, and we would love to host a delegation in Australia where you have the opportunity to meet lots of RMIT scientists and engineers and our high degree by research students. So on that note, I'll just say thank you once again on behalf of the delegation, and we look forward to the rest of the workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It has been a privilege to hear you. Your expertise and passion really inspires us. And as you rightly highlighted, that the foundation of a strong partnership is based on trust, cooperation, and friendship. And we look forward to it between ACSIR and RMIT. I'm highly honored to introduce the visionary behind this workshop, whose unwavering support has played a vital role in shaping, encouraging, and promoting partnership between RMIT and ACSIR, distinguished Professor Suresh Bhargava. Professor Suresh Bhargava, he is AM RMIT, Dean, Research and Innovation Research Partnerships. He established a state-of-the-art research center in RMIT that is now world-renowned as CAMIC. The center has developed new products and technologies that benefit society and produced real-world graduates. He has always had a lifelong commitment in connecting India and Australia. Through advisory roles with Australian PMs, premiers, and governors on Indo-Australian relations, he has been a founding architect of the Australian-India Strategic Research Fund. Recently, he developed an award-winning global PhD program connecting RMIT with 39 national CSIR research laboratories of India, providing a platform for nurturing high-quality, globally agile PhD students through collaborative research and international engagement. Professor Bhargava has been awarded many prestigious national and international awards. An inspirational figure to many, he pushed power boundaries and developed innovative ways of how universities should work with industry, creating jobs and changing lives. Now I humbly request our guest of honor, Professor Suresh Bhargava, to kindly enlighten the gathering with your encouraging words. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Well, in the meantime, technical difficulties can be over. I can start my talk. Or we are here. That's it. That's it. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It's a great pleasure. And allow me, Mr. Chairman, to speak in both languages, because whenever I come to your place, I want to remember that I was a long time ago as one of you, sitting probably somewhere there. There is a very common phrase about Indians, that Indians leave India, of course, that MC, the Melbourne is probably the place where the most of the Indian immigrants are coming to Australia. Indians leaves India, but India never leaves Indians. Sometimes we are so much connected with the roots and the fruits, both. And that is the foundations of the bigger tree. That's my philosophy. That's why I say. We started these journeys because you see that RMIT has a very clear picture in their minds for their graduates, the knowledge with actions. We produce the graduates who can lead the world, who can convert their research, their knowledge into the actions. And I will show you some examples. The chapter started long time ago. It is now a near decade. We started our journey from IICT, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad, as my chief says. But the journey begins. Before I start, as I said to it is just a journey begins. I want to basically कहना चाहूँगा कि मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ दिल से निदेशक NPL का, निदेशक CSIR का जो यहाँ पर आए हैं मौजूद हैं, मेरे मित्र और उपकुलपति ACSIR मनोज धर जी का, DVC अजय धर जी का, और most importantly who worked so hard to organize this workshop in such a short notice, रितु जी का. रितु जी, आपने वो करके दिखाया जिसकी उम्मीद नहीं थी कि आप इतनी जल्दी इतने शॉर्ट नोटिस में. तो ये सब चीजें हैं जो अटैच करती हैं, जो बिलोंग करती हैं, जो पैशन क्रिएट करती हैं कि रिमेन अटैच्ड. द पीपल्स आर देयर, द इंटेंशन इज देयर, ए क्लियर इंटेंशन इज देयर. मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली, I work on the two platforms. One is my adopted country, Australia, for 40 years now. I also came out from CSIR to RMIT University, like Professor Kalam Drummond there too. But I must say, I met in RMIT of my 30 years of journey, many vice chancellors, many DVC, who are very passionate to connect with India. And most importantly, I feel very lucky that I'm connected with Professor Kalam Drummond, who has been in India many times. This is not the first workshops. We have a Institute of Petroleum workshop. We have a IICT workshop last year. Now we have a NPL workshops is in there too. Because his passion is equally as good as mine. He is connected. He wants to produce the global graduates. Besides my other colleagues over here, Professor Sujita is there. She's also our management teams. Other colleagues are here. We all are very passionate. We are here today for you. We want to create what is next. What is the next chapter? That's what I'm telling you. We've written another chapters we have written there, building a network. I mean, we all heard about the common story in the research is only one. I need this sample done, I need SEM done, I need TM done, and the cluster structure done, and the calculation done, some different laboratories of the world. Intellectual infrastructure was missing. Technical infrastructures we were always looking for. The collaborative publications were there. But the linking between the two scientists, the linking of these students with the mentors were missing. That's why this platform produced there. That's why the title is. Now we are not talking about the technical infrastructures. We are not talking about the facilities, what you have, what we don't have, what you don't have, what we have. We are here talking about the minds. The real intellectual minds. Why? Because it is the time of the knowledge economy. It is not the industry what produce. It is the Google what produce. Right? Do you know? Our life changes in every 20 minutes. Why? Because app. We all live with our telephone now. We all live with the app. App is upgraded in every 20 minutes in the world. Every 20 minutes in the world. App change, we change. See, in what world we are living? We have to change ourselves because clear cut, those peoples who were not updated themselves, they were outdated. Many examples there, starting from Nokia, all the business world. Same goes to the educations. We have to be updated. The time is changing very fast rate because if we are not updated, we will be outdated. The time of collaboration is not a matter of choice nowadays. It is a necessity. In this modern world of education, you cannot live, you cannot survive without a global collaboration. I can show you a few of my thoughts to you. That is the data's. 78 PhD students, 50 new PhD students in February 2024. The enrollment is going very fast rate. This is the journey we have begins 7 years ago, moving very fast rate because we have a success. 19 completion since the program started, 7 completion from NPL alone out of the 19. So you are covering nearly 50%. 11 completion in 2023, 4 completion from NPL. That is the data there. 46 students are currently in Melbourne. Over 40 students will visit Melbourne in 2024. Melbourne is becoming a platform of the Indian PhD students. Very clearly. Majority is there. Employment, graduate employment rate, I'm pleased to say 100%. Can you believe it? 100%. And that's what I'm showing to you. That RMIT, I mean the slide is there, they are everywhere. They are everywhere. These are the ACSIR students which are rocking the world. They are in MIT Boston. They are in Texas A&M. They are in Melbourne Uni. They have been to the Monash universities as the junior lecturers. They have been the Humboldt Fellows. You name it. Now you may think that it is the technical infrastructure that make the difference. No. It is the supervision of the two guides. It is the contribution of my colleagues from RMIT. Is the contribution of your colleagues from India. It was not easy. It was a difficult task. It is the mentoring of those your PhD students at RMIT that makes the difference. And that's why you see these students are capable to rock the world. And that's why I'm telling you, yes, you have the power. In collective intelligence, if you work together, we are proud because wherever you're going, you are going to the RMIT alumni, science ambassador of my university. You are also going the science ambassador of CSIR universities. So 1 plus 1 is definitely making 11, not 2. You can see RMIT cares. And that's the make the difference. You see that in the graduation ceremony, when I give the first my life graduation address to your country, to all the graduates over there, you probably remember me or you can watch in the YouTubes. That was a great honor there. But the RMIT reports, which you can see is available to there too. You can see what we have done in the last years here. Our target is not the publication alone. Our target is not patent alone. Our target is how happy these students are when they are away from their families, when they are away from their country. Many of these students who came to RMIT, they even first time fly to the aeroplane. First time fly to the aeroplane. So we cater for those. That's why you see that RMIT celebrate Diwali, RMIT celebrate every occasions. RMIT is the only university in Australia where in 75th Independence Day of India, RMIT Indian flag was with alongside Australian flag was there. Is there. It was a unique things which I observed myself is there. RMIT cares with every occasions, and again I must openly say very clearly, Kalam, I'm indebted to you. You're always there whenever we need you. Kalam is always there in Diwali functions. I never missed, I never remember where he was not there, even including this year as well. And he's just not there. He enjoyed with us equally as we enjoyed the festival. No difference at all. And that sort of a feelings, that's make the difference. That's what I'm trying to tell you is again, it's not the papers that make a difference. That is only PRCs. But that's the feeling you got in the hearts of these students. That is the feeling I got with my colleagues. That makes the difference. And that will remain there forever. Now, let me talk to you. Let me advise you with the basis of my knowledge and experience, the building knowledge economy. In India, when I was there, I was told very clearly that Saraswati and Lakshmi, they do not work together. Teacher was always considered as a poor person. That was when I was grown in here. That don't become a teacher, because teacher means you'll be a poor person. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. Both Saraswati and Lakshmi, now they live together. They shake up the hands. And that's why in the world you will see at least top 20, whether it's a CEO of the Google, whether it's a CEO of the Microsoft, whether it's a CEO of Coca-Cola, whether you see of the top countries, you know, the many of Indian origin peoples are there. Even in Melbourne's, the most paid CEOs is from Sri Lanka. Macquarie Bank, CEOs of that is in there too. So there is no difference. Anybody who can excel can reach there. There's no problems at all. Is in there. But important thing is there, it is not the produce, what you produce in your factory. It is what you think in your mind. That is the way to moving on in this world. The word is, as I told you, your app will change in 20 minutes. But if they are talking to you, app will change. Isn't there? So that is the difference in there. Another things, first to equation I will give you. One is the equation of livings, what we are talking about here with my colleagues is there. I plus is equal to S. I is innovation that comes from your academy, I part, and Manoj talked a lot about it. The innovation is, without innovation, nothing is you can do in this life. You have to take the risk. You have to go out of the box. And you are, when you are coming to RMIT, yes, you are innovative in the first step. You are coming there. Second is there E is equal to entrepreneurships. Without entrepreneurship, which I believe in Indian blood is there already. So I plus E is equal to startup, where you can start up. India rank number 3rd in the world, 100,000 startup. Out of 100,000 startup, tens per year is changed to the 1 billion turnover is in there. When I was in IT Bombay, I saw a conference with 3,000 stalls there, and I was told that average age of the CEO of this startup is 32 years of age. What a change. What a change. I saw what a change. In my terms, everybody is getting educated, looking for jobs. Parents are looking for jobs. क्या करेगा भैया ये? इसके बाद इसके MSc करेगा, PhD करेगा, कहाँ नौकरी मिलेगी? Now they are creating the jobs. What a change. It is the new India. Is in there too. And for that as well, I tell you one thing. This is the secret of the success. Is not your aptitude what you learn in the universities and your graduate, it is your attitude. If you want to change the world, if you want to change yourself, the attitude one attains in their endeavor is know that their mindset. You have to make your mindset. You have to change your mindset. Why I'm putting to you there today? Because I have gone through in my own life when I was sitting in this country. We have to follow the parents, we have to follow what has been told, we have to follow the circumstances. No, not anymore. That's why I'm telling you, secret of the success is there. Change your mindset. Change your think that you can do it. And also, set up your goals. They may change with the times, but set up your goals. Focus on those. And also, transforming the goals, dreams of being the modest objectives into the genuine success is the attitude. Develop the attitude in your mind, I can do it. Because 80% of you, particularly students, are sitting over there, suffer from daily challenges in the life. I know that. Those challenges will force you to give up every minute. I can't do it. No, don't do that thing that way. You can do it. You can do it. The moment you say, I can't do it, you are already lost. Don't do that. Always thinks you can do it. Next is, as I tell you that the story is very clear. I spoke there. It is not the color of the balloon which decide how high it will go in the sky. It is the air in the balloon that decide how that balloon will fly in the sky. And there are several examples in the world. In your own concert, you can see that the pupils have reached from your own origins many, many places. Your own Prime Minister is the most popular country in the world, isn't there? You know his history from where he jumps. A person, an ordinary person, and jumps to the stage where he can lead not your country, but to the world. I still remember the word of my Prime Minister of Australia when he came over there. In the audience, he say, he is the boss. So these are the examples. These are the examples we can say that if a balloon is in your hand, is not inflated, you can hide it. But when it is inflated, when you're doing the PhDs from RMIT and CSIR, you are inflated. You got the knowledge. You are exposed to the world. Now the world can see you. And what I want to see, that the air, what you have in there, will take you to the high in the sky. And many examples I show to you in there too. Okay? It is again, remember, it is not the color of the balloon. It is the attitude you have. It is the air in the balloon which will take you and decide you how high you can go. Then this is the equation of the life. You might think that I can become a millionaire or billionaires. We all have one destination. We all know. I don't have to tell you. So remember one thing. In this your journey, when you get your PhDs, on your journey, when you achieve some things, remember one thing, 3R principle. One is the recognize who helped me. Is your sister? Is your brother? Is your friends? Is your parents? Is your supervisor? Is your mentor? Is ACSIR? Is RMIT? Is in there? Who helped me to achieve things? Because remember is very important thing in the life. And then you say first thank you. Your first gratitude to your parents, friends, teachers and mentors. Second R, remember, we always have a very short memories. I have seen in my life. Once the job is done, they don't know you. They even don't reply to your email. They even don't know that who you are. Did I say that? Do I say that? It is a common phrase. We hear that too. Even on my student as well, they go there, yes. I have produced 70 PhDs so far. Is in there. And they all are working. They all are employed. They all are good. They all are humbles. They all are my students. I love them all. But I'm telling you, this is a common phrase in this world. So don't do that. Always remember. And then is the times. Because why? Why you say that? Because good memories are priceless in the life. They are priceless in the lives. And then you mean a second thank you, you mean a thank you. Express your feelings. This is the second one. Third one is reciprocate. When you reach to a situation where you can help somebody else, where you can also mentor somebody else, then you reciprocate. And that is your third thank you. Continue to legacy and transform the world. Is in there too. Remember these things? I am the follower of this man from my childhood. And he always says, the life is a great chance. Seek for the highest. Aim at the highest. And you shall reach the highest. We should leave this world as a better place. Remember, if you want to see that how you can take to your mind to your marketplace, there was an event I did in Melbourne for the young graduates. You can watch it on YouTube, so I'm not going to run in there. But that is the one, is in there too. And guys, probably, I don't know whether I will see you or not this year, but Christmas is coming. Every hotel has a Christmas decoration. I was watching it. Australia is getting ready for the Christmas. This is the festive season started. So I really wish you the best for the Christmas. The biggest adventures you can take is to live the life with your dreams. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your strength and resilience is inspirational. May we be able to make a global impact together by encouraging and empowering young minds. It was a delight to hear that Indian culture is also cherished in RMIT. Thank you, sir. We will indeed have an opportunity to hear sir speak in the following session as well. We take this time to acknowledge the presence and contribution of our esteemed dignitaries. I request the Director, sir, to kindly come forward to do the felicitation of our guests. I request our volunteers to help in it. A heartfelt gratitude to Professor Callum Drummond for gracing this occasion. I would request the Director NPL to kindly felicitate our chief guest by presenting him a shawl and memento as a token of gratitude. We are truly honored to have you as our chief guest, and we extend our sincere thanks for sharing your wisdom and insights with us, sir. Thank you, sir. I request the Director NPL to kindly felicitate a guest of honor, distinguished Professor Suresh Bhargava, by presenting him a shawl and memento as a gesture of our gratitude. Can we all put our hands together? Thank you, sir, for your dedicated pursuit to strengthen the strong alliance between ACSIR and RMIT. Thank you, sir. I request the Director NPL to kindly felicitate Professor Manoj Dhar, Director and Vice Chancellor, ACSIR. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. We are fortunate to have someone of your standing and expertise here. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Ritu Srivastava, Professor ACSIR, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR-NPL, to propose a vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee of CSIR-NPL and on my own behalf. First of all, I would like to thank today's chief guest, Professor Kalam Raman, for attending the event and sharing his thoughts. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our guest of honor, Professor Suresh Bhargav, for gracing the event. He is the man behind this event and act as an interface between RMIT and ACSIR. Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks to Director ACSR for his presence and constant support. I also want to thanks to all the distinguished delegates from RMIT, Director CRRI, and Associate Director Professor Ajay Dhar, ACSR Coordinator IGIB Dr. Neeru Saini, and dignitaries from other labs and institutes and media persons for attending this event. I want to extend my gracious thanks to Director CSR NPL Professor Venugopal Achanta for his guidance, constant support and encouragement. I would like to thanks to my NPL colleagues and ACSR students for their active participation. I am thankful to our organizing team for their hard work to make this event successful. As this list is long, it is difficult to name each and everyone. I also want to thank our support team in administration, accounts, finance, purchase, store, KRC, IT, auditorium, civil, electrical, horticulture, and HLS for their constant help and support for the execution of this event. Once again, thanks to all the people who helped either directly or indirectly to make the event successfully. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. This workshop is a testament to the shared vision and values between ACSIR and RMIT. We now conclude our inaugural session. After the tea break, we have the much anticipated and keenly awaited segment where we will have a much more informative session and hear the visionaries speak. Before we disperse for a tea break, I request you all to kindly gather outside the auditorium for a group photograph. And I would also like to inform you all that there are around 50 posters that are placed in the A.R. Verma lawn, so you can go and have a look. And parallel to this, during the tea break, we will have poster presentations as well. I request you all to kindly proceed outside the auditorium in the A.R. Verma lawn for tea break, and we shall reassemble back by 11:45. Please keep the time in mind, and do assemble outside the auditorium for a group photograph. Thank you. I request the research scholars who are outside the auditorium to kindly be seated as soon as possible so that we can begin our session. The research scholars who are outside the auditorium, kindly be seated so that we can begin our session. Those who are sitting here can call up your friends and ask them to be seated in the auditorium. So I welcome you all to the first session of the day, entitled as Creating Multidisciplinary Intellectual Infrastructure for Young Scientists of Tomorrow. And without much ado, I hand over the session and ask respected Professor Suresh Bhargava to kindly preside over the session. I think we still have some energies on, so can we please welcome him with a huge round of applause?
Okay, are you ready? So now we have a real session. The real session means that I have a pleasure to introduce the scientists from the both worlds, Australia and India, one by one. And the first in this session is my dear colleagues, Professor Sujiva Satungi. And she is a great profile. She is a civil engineer. She was the head of the civil and the environmental engineers. She is the currently Associate Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Research and Innovation in the STM College. She worked closely with these programs and she also initiated the similar programs in Sri Lanka and supervised many PhD students is in there. She worked on the cross disciplines as well. And most of the times, as I see probably in the last 5 years, she is playing a leading roles in developing the mentors, developing the young scientists, as well as showing them by examples, both by example, both by work and action. Sujiva.
Thanks, Suresh, for the kind introduction. And I'm delighted to be here with my colleagues. We have been working with the brilliant students from CSIR who have joined us over the past few years. And I have never had the opportunity to visit CSIR, so I'm very happy to be here today. So I'm Sujiva Setunga, as Suresh mentioned. I'm a civil engineer. Professor in civil engineering, and I have led the environmental engineering discipline at RMIT, then civil engineering at RMIT. I also looked after the research portfolio of engineering as the Deputy Dean Research, and 2 years ago was appointed to my current role of Associate Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation in the STEM College at RMIT. And I was also an international student who arrived in Australia to do my PhD. So I have completed a period of postdoctoral fellowship and then joined academia at Monash University and later on joined RMIT. So I'm sure I understand the plight of international students, and also I'm delighted to progress these partnerships to create more opportunities, as the workshop says, creating intellectual infrastructure for developing young minds. So today I will talk about the collaboration we have in the STEM College. Almost all the projects with the CSIR are in the STEM College. So university has 3 colleges. STEM, or Science, Engineering, Health and Computing, is our largest college, and I look after the research portfolio of the college, which includes the research, industry engagement, and also PhD candidates. I will start by a very quick introduction to the 4 schools. In fact, it's 5. We have a School of Science, Engineering and Technology, Vietnam, under the college as well. So School of Engineering is our most research-intensive school, one of the largest, in Australia, largest engineering schools in Australia. So we have Professor Kevin Jang, who will speak next to me, who is the Deputy Dean, Research and Innovation for Engineering. And we also are fortunate to have Professor Kate Fox, who is the Associate Dean, Higher Degree by Research, who looks after all the ACSIR students when they are onshore. Representing the computing school, we have Professor Jenny Zhang, who is the Associate Dean HDR for the School of Computing. And School of Science is, of course, represented by our two distinguished colleagues, Professor Suresh Bhagava and Professor Callum Drummond. And School of Health and Biomedical Sciences is represented by Dr. Bobby Fless, who is the manager for higher degree bio-research students in School of Health and Biomedical Sciences. So School of Science, Engineering and Technology in Vietnam is one of the most prominent schools in Vietnam. We are progressing the research activities. It is very strong in learning and teaching, so currently we are working with them to progress research, and there are many scholarships available at RMIT Vietnam as well. So the STEM college, as I said, is quite large. We have around 27,000 undergraduate students. I think we are heading for around 30. At the moment, 1,000 staff, including a lot of research-only staff as well. We have 1,500 PhD candidates, and we believe that, I think Kate would correct me, that we are increasing it every year by a significant number, and we are really fortunate to have 79 ACSIR candidates among that number. So as Suresh has indicated, we are progressing this partnership quite well. So we have many disciplines as displayed here. So the opportunities are open to other areas of research apart from the current partnerships we are progressing. And especially we would like to look at the priority areas we have identified. So before I move into the priority areas, I just want to highlight our rankings. So in science, engineering and health, as well as computing, university is quite highly ranked. And the rankings I have on this slide cover both all three colleges at RMIT. So I'm pleased to say that we do have engineering, civil and structural and material science in the 51 to 100 band under QS rankings. And then we have aerospace engineering as 38th position in the world, and civil engineering is ranked 39th position according to Shanghai ranking. So we also have 9 disciplines in the 51 to 100 band in Shanghai ranking. So the university is very, very strong. So under Professor Callum Drummond's leadership, we have progressed from a learning and teaching focused institution into a research intensive institution where our rankings are improving every day and our research key performance indicators are progressing quite well as well. So the college has recently gone through identification of strategic priorities for the college, considering the need to focus on specific areas of where we are world class in, and also where there is an external opportunity. The college has identified the priorities for each of the 4 schools. So I was pleased to see the posters out there. Most of them are focusing on advanced materials and also some on quantum. And we also have in the engineering space materials, composites, manufacturing, photonics, and so on. We currently don't have a partnership in the civil engineering space, and this is going to be changed very soon. I'm so pleased to have been speaking to Professor Manoranjan Parida, we are discussing on a tri-party arrangement with National Transport Research Organization in Australia, where RMIT has a very strong partnership with, and RMIT and CSIR in this space. So Professor Kevin Zhang and I look forward to progressing research in this space as well. So in health and biomedical sciences, we do have strengths. Our strategic areas are identified as respiratory health, neurodevelopment, and cancer diagnosis and therapy. Although these are high-level topics, we do have many specific areas which require input from the expertise from NPL for progression. Then we have computing technologies, human-centered computing, information retrieval, AI, which is relevant to almost all areas. And we have specifically been looking at using data science to reduce the number of experiments and also learning from the data gathered in the community and other agencies to reduce the number of experiments, focus or understand the data and progress research on focused areas and complementing our data analytics capability. Now I'm coming down now to my area of interest. I have been working most of my life on improving sustainability of civil infrastructure. So civil infrastructure serves all the communities, nation. So we have been working, most of my earlier work has been on fundamental materials, creating new materials, and developing design standards, structural design standards to use these materials into practice. I have contributed to many standards and specifications in this space. However, later on, I was introduced to the need for managing civil infrastructure. So we looked at physical degradation and predicting degradation of infrastructure. And then we have been also looking at use of circular economy models for civil infrastructure assets, ensuring that we minimize waste and use the resources, constrained resources, very in a circular manner, so that minimizing waste and minimizing the environmental impact. And predictive modeling of infrastructure is very important to understand for your decision making in order to minimize the impact and provide the best service to the community. And decision making also brings this into a cross-disciplinary space where we talked about previously. So I just want to highlight two areas within my area of research. I am currently the director of Australian Research Council funded Research Hub on transformation of reclaimed waste resources to engineered materials and solutions for a circular economy. Now, we heard from Professor Manoj Da earlier about the cross-disciplinary need for innovation, translation of research into practice. When we proposed this research program, all these were incorporated in it. So we raised $5 million cash contributions from industry partners. We had to secure partnerships from 33 industry partners. And then we developed a research program in collaboration with industry, making sure the whole translation pathway is embedded in the research program, and also using multiple disciplines to give us the outcomes we need to create impact. So first theme, it is an integrated program with 5 overarching themes. First theme is led by our social scientists, focusing on smart design to minimize waste and also changing behavior for reducing contamination, improving sorting, and also on the other hand, improving procurement practices. Our second theme is optimized processing. So we are looking at robotic sorting, chemical, thermal, mechanical processing of materials, how we optimize it. And the third one is our largest, where we create new materials from recovered waste resources and also creating that circularity in the value chain. And fourth one, most important one, is where we have field trials of the materials and solutions developed so that we can create the evidence base for uptake of the materials. We have a fifth theme which encompasses the four themes, and using data science, artificial intelligence, and tools required to translate our solutions into practice, and also to understand the problem in different dimensions. We focus on 10 major waste streams. Waste streams were picked based on the industry needs. So we had 6 workshops with industry before we came up with the research program. So I am hearing a lot about the partnerships with industry, and I'm very keen in the next stage of our work to see for the PhD projects whether we can create internships with local industry partners to taking this work to another dimension so that we create that pathway of creating impact similar to what we are doing here. So we currently have 42 projects in progress within this, and we have 9 Australian institutions and 4 international institutions in the partnership. All the projects have industry partners, academic partners, local, international contribution to enable that knowledge creation, incorporating expertise from multiple sources. The other project other area of research I want to flag is predictive modeling of civil infrastructure. We have been working on physical degradation models, chloride-induced corrosion, and corrosion of steel structures, alkali-silica reaction, all these types of degradation mechanisms in the road space, cracking, rutting, and subgrade degradation, and all these. And then we looked at what's going on the field and what we can do to change this position. What we found is that most of the time data are collected using visual inspection or any other method where you give a rating, which gives a discrete rating for each element of infrastructure. So we were looking at a method for which is suitable for using for predicting degradation based on the information that is available on the ground. So we used Markov process as a statistical tool, and then we created a software platform, a cloud-hosted software platform, which is currently used by many organizations, and we call it CAM, Central Asset Management System, and our major module is for buildings, and it is implemented by many infrastructure authorities in Australia. And then in 2019, we developed an all assets version which covers bridges, roads, rail, and so on with funding from Asian Development Bank. This was implemented in Sri Lanka, and also now we are exploring it in other places. So another aspect of this we are continuing with is using, in addition to predicting degradation, we also predict the carbon consumption. So we have the information required for asset owner to minimize the carbon consumption and environmental impact. The other element of this we have progressed is a European Union funded project where we implemented a predictive modeling and also disaster resilience module for CAMS, and which was implemented in 4 rail authorities in Europe, Metro de Madrid, Milan Rail, and Ankara Rail, to predict the sudden change in condition associated with a disaster event. So the most recent activity we are engaging with here is creating digital twins of infrastructure. So we are looking at live sensor technologies which are linked to numerical modeling, visualization, and also artificial intelligence-based decision-making, deep learning, to create a digital twin which can be used to manage existing civil infrastructure. Our major project in this space is creating 2 proofs of concept for reinforced concrete structures, reinforced concrete bridges, for transport for New South Wales, the 2 road authorities in Australia, New South Wales and Victoria, and is funded by Smartgrid CRC. This is in the first year of operation, and we look forward to progressing this. So I'm very interested to hear from any of the colleagues here about progressing these collaborations. Thanks, Suresh.
Yeah. I don't know. It's working. Hello. We will have a question answer probably in the panel discussion. So probably giving the time constraint, I will immediately invite the second speaker, Professor Kevin. Saying.
Felicitation of the speaker. We can felicitate the speaker.
Oh, just a minute, Siva, please.
So thank you very much, Dr. Setunga. So I would request the chair to kindly felicitate the speaker. Thank you, sir. So now we can move on to the next talk, and you may kindly invite the next speaker.
I can introduce
Okay,
myself.
so basically the Kevin will introduce himself, the first slide, so we can continue. Kevin, go ahead.
Yes.
ऊपर है।
ये वाइट बोर्ड खुला है, इसे बंद करना है, इसे बंद कर दो। प्रेजेंटेशन है आपकी, ये डेस्कटॉप पे खुला हुआ शेयर कहाँ गया इसका? यहाँ पे
I can read about you and then you can avoid your self-introductions.
आगे नहीं आया, नहीं आया।
It's coming?
Okay, then
Yes.
this should be fine.
There we go.
जस्ट होल्ड लो सर, स्टॉप शेयरिंग करो पहले एक बार, सिर्फ प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाओ क्लियर है, डेस्कटॉप पे है, यहाँ पे ये वाला
Yep.
आ जाएगा।
What's not showing?
Yeah.
There's nothing in there.
Yeah, nothing's there.
Maybe?
To make it easy, it should be a
No, he will.
projector.
हाँ। किसका?
Maybe technical problem.
It was there, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Thank you very much. I should say good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Zhang. I'm pleased to come to visit CSIR as one of the delegates from RMIT University. As what Suresh said, I'm going to give a brief introduction of myself. But before I introduce myself, I'd like to also just give a brief introduction of School of Engineering. So School of Engineering, Sujiva mentioned, is one of the 4 schools under STEM College. So School of Engineering roughly have 7,000 students and around 300 academic staff. We have 7 disciplines, pretty much cover majority of the engineering discipline, from aerospace to mechanical to automotive, material and manufacturing engineering. And also we have electrical, electronic, telecommunication, biomedical engineering. We have chemical, environmental, and civil and infrastructure engineering. So my role currently, of course, I'm a professor in construction engineering and management. I do a lot of research related to construction and sustainable construction. And I'm also the deputy dean, manage the research and innovation within School of Engineering. I just started this role early this month, so pretty new. So for this, I'll give a very brief introduction about the discipline, the 7 disciplines within School of Engineering. But I was asked by Suresh to largely just focus on my own research, so I will follow up with more details later on. Okay, and I also I'm holding the title as the head for civil and infrastructure engineering discipline, which is one of the 7 disciplines under School of Engineering. We have around 70 academic staff, around 1,700 students. And we do research pretty much cover from structural engineering to geotechnical to environmental, transport, water, and construction. And also, I'm one of the deputy director for the newly established Australia Research Council Industrial Transformation Training Center for whole life design of carbon neutral infrastructure. I will have a couple of slides to introduce that as well. This is one of the major wins we got recently as a large bid in ARC. And also personally, I lead a small sustainable construction research group within School of Engineering. And personally, I have 300 plus publications, received a couple of awards. I have probably around 30 plus projects. If I summarize my research, I largely work on sustainable construction and infrastructure asset management. Personally, I have a lot of my research overlap with Professor Sujiva Setunga. What's the reason? Because I followed Sujiva's pathway in her academic career. She actually recruited me to RMIT almost 15, 16 years ago. So some of the work she presented, I will not present again. I will focus on some of the area I'm leading within the sustainable construction area. So as I mentioned just now, my research is more in sustainable construction. So yesterday, when we just exited the airport, I saw so many tower cranes and so many construction sites. And so I was getting excited. There are lots of opportunity related to construction in India, I believe, not only just for construction work, but also for research, for investigation, for innovation in the construction area. My major supervision interests cover 5 areas, from infrastructure asset management, and like what Sujiva said, using the predictive modeling, look into how we can extend the service life of infrastructure from road, from building, and from bridges and railway infrastructure as well. I do a lot of sustainability assessment and look into disaster resilience, look into construction life cycle assessment, how environmental friendly the construction material, the construction technology is for a typical construction project. I also look into the building information modeling, digital technology application in construction. For example, we have a group of people working in the construction site safety using building information modeling, using AR, VR, and using the sensors equipped with the work on the construction site, monitor the movement of people, movement of equipment on the construction site, so we can detect where the hazard is and and taking certain precautionary actions to prevent disaster to occur. And also, recent few years, okay, I largely work on construction and demolition waste. Sujiva introduced the TRAMS Hub. TRAMS Hub cover a lot of different type of waste, okay, and from textile to IT to other industry, as well as construction industry. So my specialized area is in construction and demolition waste. And further, we'll introduce a little bit about my carbon neutral infrastructure research interests as well. Some of the projects, major efforts we secured in recent years, Sujiva already introduced. One of them is the hub for the TRAMS Hub, look into the transformation of reclaimed waste resources to engineered materials and solutions for circular economy. This is a project around 21 million investment and with major partners as well as government and university sectors. And the newly established one is the ARC Training Center for whole life cycle design of carbon neutral infrastructure that look into the design, look into the construction, look into the operation and maintenance as well as final disposal, how we are going to reduce the carbon emission using low carbon material, using low energy consumption, low energy construction techniques, etc., to extend to reduce the carbon emission, reduce the carbon footprint for construction type of project. And we also secured a range of other projects looking into the digital technology in construction, looking into the waste material recycling and producing new engineering material. Okay. So every year around the world, probably around 500 million tons of construction and demolition waste generated. Around total waste is around 2.5 billion tons of waste generated. Around 25% of them are actually construction and demolition waste. And the different type of waste in construction sector, sorry, I'll just try to, okay. Look into the construction sector. Okay, the construction waste largely generated in two major areas. One is new construction, the other one is demolition. In new construction, what I have observed, not only in Australia, but also in many developing countries in China, and such as China, okay? Look into the domestic construction, pretty much is unregulated. Even though the government encourage domestic builder to improve their sustainability, to improve their recycling, but unfortunately, look at probably 8 out of 10 construction sites, the different type of construction waste mixed together, the metal, the glass, the timber, the masonry, the aerated bricks, all mixed together, as you can see that, which make the recycling process very challenging. And in commercial sector construction, slightly better, because there are relevant government authorities monitor the construction waste and how they are going to handle construction waste in a commercial construction site. But still, probably around 40% to 50% of the construction waste on commercial construction not recycled properly and landed within landfill. This is therefore construction process. And for the demolition, millions of waste generated every year. I mean, many countries, including India and China, we are going through fast redevelopment. Many construction type of infrastructure building demolished. Okay, how we're going to handle those construction waste is a major challenge. And what happened is, if you look at this picture, okay, this is one of the landfill site, okay, and with tons of precious material, they called so-called waste, but they finally landed with landfill. But if we can rethink how we can recycle that, make use of that, we not only just create new resources, but also we reduce the air pollution, we reduce the water pollution, and we minimize the land pollution and make effective use of our precious land as well. And very often, this landfill waste create toxic gases, okay, create methane and they create leaching in the land, and which actually deteriorated our soil, our land, and create many health issues like birth rate. Okay, so this is a major issue associated with unregulated landfill. So we should do something how we can improve our recycling practice. But when I speak to the construction sector, okay, the builder, okay, the client, and some industry recycling company, what they were saying that the reason why the recycling practice wasn't done very well in Australia is because there are many, many challenges. Okay, and there are many, but from my perspective, as a person working into the sustainable construction area, I saw three major issues. The first is there is a challenge for identify and measure the waste. What does that mean? Okay, if you look at a building demolition site, can you tell what type of waste will be generated? What can be recycled? And what about the amount of them? Okay, it's a very difficult task to do the estimation. Many recycling companies tell me that what they've done, they just have a guess, a good guess, do probably an inspection on the site, and then make a good guess. Okay, they don't have a scientific method to tell, to inform what are the waste, what type of waste, what amount. So they need us to tell them whether we can do something, scientifically measure the type of waste. The second challenge is to sort the waste. It's a challenge. Okay, traditionally it's a manual process, time-consuming, and also need a lot of energy. Okay, how we are going to improve the separation and reduce the energy consumption, improve the efficiency for the separation is a second major challenge. Okay, and of course, how we're going to make good use of those recycled waste, okay, and then transfer them into engineered material. We made some advancement, okay. Many researchers, I know many of you work in the material area. We do some good job, and TRAMS Hub largely look into this area. So I will use three projects which I am currently leading under TRAMS Hub very briefly to talk about the content I'm doing, okay? So first is the project one is using the machine learning, using the AI to predict the construction, the waste generation from construction and demolition activities. Just in Australia, I put that figure, 500 million tons of construction waste generated all in the world. Within Australia, we are a large country by land, but we are a small nation by population. We only have around 25 million people compared with India and China as a small nation. But the amount of waste generated, as you can see here, around 30 million tons of construction demolition waste generated. Around 60% of them can be recycled. Okay, and many of them actually, only 60% of them recycled. The remaining around 40% actually landed with landfill. So that's a major challenge the nation is facing. And current waste measurement methods are primarily just relying on estimators' experience. There's lack of accuracy, okay? A ballpark figure, and very hard for work out exactly what type of waste generated, what about the amount, and how they can be recycled. So what we have done, we right now work with the major demolition and recycling company in Australia. We look into the historical data, what they have, in the factories, commercial buildings, education type of buildings, residential buildings. Okay, look into their different type of buildings, and based on their logbook, and find out, okay, how many tons of concrete, how many tons of metal, glasses, and timber generated. Then we look into the basic information for those type of structures demolished, which year they were built, and whether they have gone through some major refurbishment, and what are the typical material used based on some hard copy documents, whether it's a steel structure, composite structure, concrete structure, or basic masonry structure. And then we use AI to link the key parameters of in terms of the features of those buildings demolished, and with the final outcome of the different type of waste and amount of waste. We try to work out this hidden layer through major data analysis using machine learning. And I'm personally not a person working in the AI area, but we work with experts in the machine learning, in AI. We try to unwind the black box and link the inputs and outputs. So this is a project we are working right now. We aim to, yes. Okay, I will be quick. Thank you. Very briefly, our second project is looking to the robotic intelligence for construction and demolition waste sorting. This is a very interesting project, as I mentioned just now. Okay, the waste sorting is a manual process and very time-consuming. And what we have done, we using the different sensors. Okay, can be RGB camera, can be hyperspectral sensors, and then to screen the waste on the convection belt, and then through the AI, through the analysis, we can picture what is, if you look at the screen, okay, on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side is the original image, then through the scanning, we can work out using the different color, different shape to represent whether it's a masonry or metal or timber. Then we can give the instruction to the robots. The robots can then do the pickup. And this is a conceptual plan about this whole process. And from the original construction waste massive, okay, through our data analysis, give the instructions to the robots and do the actual sorting. And the third project, give me 2 minutes. Okay, I know I'm running a bit over time. We look into the aerated block recycling. Aerated block is largely used in I think probably in India as well, but in China there's major construction work in the late 1990s, 1980s. They have a lot of aerated bricks used. Right now, those buildings after demolition, we need to think about how we're going to make good use of that and to produce new material. Okay? So we try to understand the current recycling and reuse process and what are the limitations. And those powders generated, whether they can replace the sands, replace the cement for concrete production. What about the shrinkage? Okay, what about the strength? Can we actually make the concrete stronger using the aerated block waste? And also, we want to look into the alternative use of the, in addition to replace the sand and the cement for concrete production, but also look into the mortar production as well. And finally, I'd like to briefly mention about this ARC ITTC whole life cycle design of carbon neutral infrastructure. So we've done some good work about low carbon material. We look into the actual construction process about low carbon construction technology. And we have project looking into the prediction and extending the life of infrastructure. Then why can't we link them together? And from a system perspective, how we can actually extend the project life, but also reduce the carbon emission from a life cycle perspective. So this is one of the major projects we secured recently with 12 industry partners from Australia and 6 government bodies and 7 Australian universities. And we try to build in digital technology, low carbon material, and renewal process to beat and to try to work out a uniform measurement through the whole life cycle and control of carbon emission for infrastructure life cycle. Sorry, I'm running a bit over time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we reserve the question answer in the panel session, Kevin.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Professor Kate Fox, Associate Dean, higher degree by the Research School of Engineering, STM College, RMIT University. Professor Kate.
I request
oh, yes.
our session chair to kindly felicitate. Yeah.
Sorry. That was your penalty.
Awesome. So thank you, everyone, for having us here. You know, universally, you've all treated us so fantastically since we got here into India, and I'm so thrilled to be here presenting to you all. So my name's Kate Fox, and what I'm going to talk about today is what we do at RMIT around additive manufacturing, which is sort of my area of expertise. But before I start that, I thought I'd sort of explain what I do and who I am. So my most important job is probably the Associate Dean of Higher Degrees by Research in our School of Engineering. We, as a school, host almost half of the AXA students that come into this CoachETEL program. And I've been so privileged to see how fantastic the students are and watch them come through the doors of RMIT across the last 4 years. And I actually emailed a whole heap of supervisors yesterday and sort of said, can someone send me some slides on, you know, some of the success stories that the AXA students have done across their time at RMIT. And there were so many responses with so many awards and so much success that I couldn't pick any because, you know, it's like choosing a favourite child. And I didn't want to sort of do anyone, you know, a misjustice. But I guess it's really important, and I've got a picture up there of the Diwali ceremony we had last year, because when you come to Australia, you know, I am the custodians of you and the success that your students will have in the program. And at RMIT, we take it very seriously in terms of making sure that you feel comfortable at RMIT and that, you know, we respect your culture and all the things you bring to us in Australia. And, you know, these Diwali ceremonies are, you know, really quite well attended by a lot of the Australian academics. And it's not just the free food, I promise you. They're here for many other things, and that is because we truly respect what you guys are bringing to Australia. And I love to see all your faces when you turn up and in your traditional dress and all that sort of stuff. So that's probably the most important thing we do. And I feel so privileged to be part of this program. Outside of that, you know, I'm also a professor of biomedical engineering. And when I say biomedical, you know, I don't mean I stand over cell culture trays and culture cells. I'm really a materials scientist at heart, looking at ways to, you know, use new materials and 3D printing and that sort of stuff to, you know, affect the human body. So I thought I'd quickly tell you about some of the, I guess, the toys we have at RMIT, and this is a centre that we're really, really proud of. Additive manufacturing or advanced manufacturing is something that we sort of started and invested really heavily in about 15 years ago now. And to do so, we've really invested heavily in some really great academics within our centre. We've constantly got students popping our way through, and we're graduating students all the time. It's a reasonably large centre, I guess, led by Professor Milan Brandt, and we sort of go across a whole heap of themes from not just biomedical, which is my space, but also around, you know, design, engagement, virtual modelling, and that sort of stuff. So I've got on the screen there some of the leading professors in the field. If you want to meet any of those or introduce any of those, just send me an email and I'll hook you guys up as you need. Our Centre for Additive Manufacturing is a, you know, well-invested centre. We've got, you know, a whole heap of really cool toys. I like calling them toys because as a researcher and as an engineer, you know, the highlight of my job is going out and playing with new pieces of equipment and trying new things out. But really it is a connection that we can do towards making anything out of any material, the whole way through from polymers to metals, subtractively, additively, all sorts of stuff. So if there's anything you want to make out of metal, anything you want to make out of polymers or cells even, you know, this is the place to go. And if you're interested in that area, it's a really cool time to come and do a PhD with us. There's lots of pictures of the toys. The other sort of thing we have also is a 3D concrete printer. So sort of closing the door on what Sajiva and Kevin were talking about. We can also do a whole heap of stuff in civil around prefab construction using concrete and printing it into various sizes and shapes. The key message of this centre is really around doing the fundamental high impact research, all right? Whilst I sort of joke around playing with the toys, At the end of the day, we want to publish that in, really highly ranked journals, and you'll find the students that move through this centre really do. We've been really lucky because we've been sort of at the first step of a whole heap of breakthroughs in Australia. So as a biomedical engineer, I sort of picked out all the biomedical ones because, I find that really, really cool. Things like, making spinal disc implants the whole way through to, making whole new legs and feet for dogs and implanting them and letting them run around the backyard. We have done a lot of stuff in defence and aerospace as well. There's a space chassis there and that sort of stuff. But in terms of biomedical, probably the project that we've been really fortunate to be part of is this project we have with Stryker, which is a medical implant company, where we're using robotic surgery to look at where there's cancer inside bones, design algorithms to determine how much of that bone is covered in cancer, and then redesign implants that fit just those cancerous parts of the bone. All right, so this is going the whole way through from design to simulation to manufacturing to material science through to biomedical engineering. And the reason why I like this is because it shows you that sort of whole, loop from product design the whole way through to implantation and testing. Outside of the AMP, we've also got access to a facility currently called the 3D Biofab, but will soon be called the Aikenhead Centre for Medical Discovery. And that uses cells instead. So this is more bioprinting. So being able to print body parts, print vascular networks, print from cells and cell constructs. So if you're interested in that area, it's not my area of huge interest, but I can connect you up with the people that are active in that space. RMIT in particular is really keen on making sure what we do has industry applicability. So we worked really hard on making sure that the researchers and the students that come through our centre are connected into industry. All right, so we want you guys here doing internships with our partners, and the cool thing about this additive manufacturing centre is that we've got no shortage of partners taking on interns and that sort of stuff. In terms of what I actually do is, as I said, I'm a biomedical engineer, and as a biomedical engineer, I want to make stuff and then put it inside the body if I can, but really from an engineering perspective, all right? So the area I work in is new materials. So you can see a picture of a diamond there, and obviously diamond and 3D printing isn't something that automatically sort of combines, but that's my current area in which, I'm pretty interested in, the whole way through from, using the stuff we learnt in algorithm development through to being able to print that out of diamond. Using the students we've had through the lab, we've done things as much as, looking at if I orientate a part either flat or at 45 degrees or at 90 degrees, how many bits of titanium get stuck on the surface. That was actually an entire PhD, would you believe? He got so obsessed with looking at what happens inside a printer, he just couldn't stop researching the number of particles on surfaces. And he published some really, really high impact papers in that area. The whole way through to, coating techniques. And down the bottom there, we've got sort of some polymers embedded with diamond and some titanium covered in diamond. And then looking at how that looks in terms of surface science, in terms of optical quantum, in terms of cell response and in vivo inflammation. But really we look at how do we take the advanced manufacturing techniques, whether it's a coating technique, whether it's a co-printing technique, to be able to make cool stuff and at the end of the day implant it in the body. I don't know how well you can see the bottom pictures, but we do a lot of stuff also, this is actually my research group, in characterising that material from both a quantum, a temperature perspective, optical fluorescence, electrical conductivity, and then of course a bit of cell biology on the side. We also have a heap of work in making polymer meshes for determining temperature and infection control, again using diamond because that's going to be the common thread you're going to see through these slides. The whole way through to bio-inspired design. All right, so that means taking what's happening out there in nature and using that to design new structures that replicate, what a tortoise shell might do for things like, anti-fouling surfaces or strength and that sort of stuff. And Jonathan Tran sort of leads most of that stuff, and I just sort of point occasionally at the bio part. And then the last thing sort of my group does, and it's a bit of a U-turn, is looking at, how can we use the techniques we have in our advanced manufacturing precinct, our expertise in design and analysis, to really help the community around us. So this project came about because Australia is a really, really large country in which most of our population lives on the sort of perimeter, so in the big cities around the ocean. But what it means is if you're not living in a capital city and you come down with medical emergencies such as a stroke, getting that treatment is near impossible, and the outcome of that is really, really low. So the surgeons, the neurologists came to us and said, what can you do to allow stroke to be detected in the community, particularly the Indigenous community around Australia? So we went away and decided to see if we could take a CT scanner, the big thing you find in the basement of a hospital that runs about 1 tonne in weight, strip it away and get it into helicopters so we could fly it out to communities. It's really around miniaturisation, around new materials, around making the design a bit smarter, and then going away and seeing what we can build. So using additive manufacturing and that sort of stuff, we can prototype, we can use virtual reality and augmented reality to test it out with the surgeons, with clinicians, with ambulance people, and with the general public, and work with a lot of industry partners across that to be able to understand their needs. So that's all I really have. I didn't want to use my entire 15 minutes because I knew that Kevin was going to run over time. So these are the sort of projects we do at RMIT. You can see it's really, really wide and really, really cool to be involved in. If you're a HGR student wanting to come and work on these sort of projects or anything like this, please reach out. I did have a chat to a former student in the tea break, and she was telling me about the great experience she had at RMIT, and that she really appreciated the time she had in Australia. So I do encourage you to chat to some of the candidates who have been part of the program, have a chat to some of the supervisors who have been part of the program, and find out whether it's suitable for what you're wanting to do with the rest of your life, with what you do as a supervisor. But I do encourage as many students and supervisors to get involved in this program, because I've been in this role for 4 years now, and as Suresh has said, the outcomes have been fantastic, the employability of candidates have been fantastic, and what it's brought to us at RMIT, I can't put into words, is such a enriching experience for us all, and I can't wait to have more of you through the door. And if any of you are coming through my door, make sure you come and bang it down, introduce yourself, and we'll go out for a coffee or a chai or something. I don't drink coffee, but I'd love to hear about why you're coming to RMIT, and let's catch up. Thank you.
Thanks, Kit. Here we go. So there is some things in your traditions. I think keeping in mind the lunch times, which is running late and late, I'm inviting the director of ICCR, Manoranjan Parida, and he's a director of the ICCR. He has been a deputy director of the IIT Roorkee before joining the CSIR-CRRI, and he has quite a distinguished record actually. He has worked on the imprint on the research project of the propagation and the mitigation model of the mixed traffic noise for planning mid-sized Indian cities. So that's the one major one. And also he received the Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Birth Sanitary Award in the year 2004 from Indian Road Congress. He has received the Outstanding Teacher Award of IIT Roorkee. He is presently convener of the Urban Road and the Street Committee H8 of the Indian Roads Congress, New Delhi. Professor Parida.
Thank you, sir. First of all, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be part of this wonderful workshop. And I am privileged that there are two civil engineers from the RMIT team, so the discussions has been quite engaging for me. I heard Professor Suresh Bhargav in that our convocation, ACSR convocation, and it was very impressive. I mean, so it was very inspiring convocation speech. I must say, I was a deputy director and dean of sponsored research and innovation at IIT Roorkee. Heard so many people, but that was quite engaging. He spoke in a very inspiring, in a very brilliant tone. And now there are two presentations with civil engineering background. So that's how out of the 37 laboratories of CSR, 5 laboratories are tagged into a particular theme. It's called Civil Engineering Theme, CI theme. So besides my own institute, Central Road Research Institute, we have Central Building Research Institute, then Structural Engineering Research Center, Chennai, then AMPRI, Bhopal, that's the Advanced Material Processing Institute, and Central Mechanical and Electrical, Central Mechanical Engineering Research Institute that works on development of new equipments, machineries. So that's how these 5 are in that CI theme, where there is a lot of work with respect to civil infrastructure, sustainable materials. I don't have a presentation, although I could have shown the different works which are there, but I would like to explain those things in the terms of the details without a presentation. So you need to bear with that. There was a mention today we are talking about the intellectual infrastructure with a multidisciplinary orientation. National Education Policy 2020 talked about one term called MERU, Multidisciplinary Education and Research Universities. So this particular collaboration fits very well. Like these 37 labs, they spread into everything, whether it starts with NPL physics, NCL chemistry, or chemical technology of IICT, or say the civil engineering theme which I am representing. So there is a great scope, and NRF 12 is one, because I have been the chairman ranking committee at IIT Roorkee. I worked for 5 years so that IIT Roorkee advanced by 1 position, crossing IIT Kharagpur. And when we set our targets for more and more research activities, we try to also move ahead in terms of our ranking of this national ranking framework, which is quite widely respected all across the country. And talking a little bit about Central Road Research Institute, it's a 7 decades old institute. So we were started in 1952, post-independence, when different CSR institutes started. So the CRI also came into picture, and we worked from very basic technology like tractor-bound technology to some of the most modern technologies. That's how we have always been part of the road development in the country. And currently, let me tell you, the total road network in India puts India as the 2nd largest road network in the world. So it is next to US. Although in terms of quality, there needs to be improvement, and we have created a lot of road infrastructure. The present speed at which the road infrastructure is taking place, around close to 40 kilometers per day, and you have very good quality high-speed network coming up. And currently there are certain programs of Government of India in transport domain. We started with National Highway Development Plan, so there are other forms by which the highway development is taking place. Then Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti Plan, which is like developing the multimodal transport framework. We have the electric vehicle mission, 30% electric vehicle by 2030. And the safety numbers are not really good. That's one challenge which has to be addressed, which says that to reduce the total accidents to 50% in this particular decade by end of 2030. So those are like various challenges which needs to be addressed within the transport sector. There were mentioned of specifically 3 areas. I am trying to respond to that. In Central Road Research Institute, I have 60 colleagues, 50 positions are vacant, and I am in the process of hiring at least 30 brilliant young scientists. So that provides a great opportunity to engage into some of the very new areas. The things which we are doing, we have a division that works on road asset management. I am using specifically road asset management is that we have a bridge division separately that works on structural health monitoring and condition assessment of bridges. But in terms of road asset management, there is a dedicated division which is called Pavement Evaluation Division, and currently 4 of their equipments are plying in the state of Odisha. So 3 network survey vehicle, 1 falling weight deflectometer to assess the existing condition of the roads. So this study is exactly to prepare annual road maintenance plan for 23,000 kilometers of roads in the state of Odisha. We prepared the road asset management plan for the state of Kerala, and besides this, we also it includes both right from the data collection, then distress prediction, and the life cycle analysis to arrive at the optimal maintenance recommendations. We do a lot of capacity building programs. Very recently, we have done the capacity building program. That's a training program on STM4 at Sri Lanka on the invitation of government of Sri Lanka. So besides regular training programs in India, we are also doing these programs abroad. So road asset management is obviously an area of interest. It's just not the data collection or developing the optimal maintenance, even in terms of using newer computational tools, techniques, AI-based maintenance system. I have younger colleagues, those who are working very effectively in this. In fact, after the workshop, I'll try to prepare a specific paper. So the areas which have been identified by RMIT, I'll try to highlight specifically our expertise and the projects which we are doing. The second, I'll come to the waste materials. There was a complete list which was shown by RMIT. This particular is the agenda from our Honorable Prime Minister of India, who is president of the entire CSR system, so which is known as Waste to Wealth. So under that, Central Road Research Institute is working on steel slags, but then there were other waste material which were mentioned under the TREM program. In fact, we started our journey with the fly ash way back in 1994. So that's the time when CRI provided the technology for deployment of fly ash in road construction, and afterwards it has gone into the codes, and today we see that fly ash being used, deployed very much for road construction, even for the building constructions also. Then municipal solid waste. So that's another technology which has been developed in CRI. We work on waste plastics. Very recently, a very prestigious project has been taken up, which is the Dwarka Expressway, very near to Delhi, where a substantial amount of municipal solid waste of Delhi has been utilized. Otherwise, if you look at the waste dump in Gazipur, if you don't use, that will keep increasing. That's exactly at the entry point of Delhi. If you are coming from Meerut side, to which Mr. Bhargav belongs, but our efforts will certainly help to reduce the height of those waste dumps at Gazipur. Other waste materials, we have worked on waste plastic in road construction, then zinc waste, Jarofix, copper slag, then ferrochrome slag. So that is one. We have an entire division, flexible pavement division, that works on these sustainable materials, development of the material recipe for road construction. Then another area which is of also equally important is the discussions of carbon emissions. Very recently we did a study, in India, last decade we have seen a lot of widening of the highways. So how the carbon emissions have changed. So we did a life cycle analysis and tried to prepare a report which was released by the Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, where the carbon emissions were estimated by taking into account the construction and operation stages also. So where the actual data was available with respect to the traffic from National Highway Authority of India. So for 17 sections, we could come out how the carbon emissions have changed, if the widening of the highways has really been useful in terms of carbon emissions. So that kind of studies are also done. And besides carbon emissions, we have been part of the auto fuel policy study for the Government of India, by which the different emission standards are being promulgated. So it was a study done by CSR, and Central Road Research Institute was one of the partners. We do noise studies, noise mitigation studies for metro rail operation, high-speed rail, for rapid rail transit, for urban roads. And currently for the state of Goa, we are doing a comprehensive noise studies. We are trying to recommend the abatement measures and also certain regulatory framework. So as an institute, besides developing technology, we are into the policy makings also, a think tank for the government. We closely work with Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, National Highway Authority of India, then Border Roads Organization, plus different state governments. And when we are talking about this intellectual infrastructure creation, I'm sure even our engagement with certain Australian agencies, I mentioned about the NTRO, the earlier Australian Road Research Board. So their conference is one which many academics in India would attend on regular basis. I attended the Canberra conference. So as Professor Achanta mentioned in the inaugural, the tripartite agreement where RMIT, ACSR plus the agency here in this particular case for road asset management and sustainable materials, NTRO. So that model we can definitely explore. But I'm sure the workshop is going to be quite engaging, and I see a distinct possibility with respect to civil engineering infrastructure, the domains which you have mentioned. So many, not just CRI, but other than CRI, my other colleagues of CIA team also, they have that expertise and can contribute very effectively. So with that, I'll close my presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Okay, we have the last speaker before the lunch is Dr. Neeta Dilawar from NPL. Neeta did her PhD from IIT Delhi, MTech from IIT Delhi, Masters from Jamia Millia Islamia in Delhi. She is a chief scientist at NPL. Since 2019, she has published nearly 78 papers, 4 journal non-CSI articles, more than 150 conference papers, and has contributed in 3 books. I invite Neeta.
Thank you, Professor Bhaga, for that kind introduction. It's gone. Okay, changing. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Since all of you are already waiting for lunch, so I'll try to be brief.
I was initially asked to share the experiences of my students who are at RMIT, but then to keep in harmony with the theme, today's theme, I decided to delve upon in brief about what we do, especially in physico-mechanical metrology. As has already been mentioned in the morning, we are a metrology institute. So by a Act of Parliament, that is our mandate. So we have 6 scientific divisions, and physico-mechanical metrology, to which I belong, is one of them. And the other divisions, as was mentioned in the morning by our director, we have electrical and electronics metrology, environmental metrology, biomedical, advanced materials, time and frequency, so, and of course certified reference materials. So there are 6 scientific divisions. So, but I'll be briefly talking about physico-mechanical metrology because that is where 25 years of my life have gone. So metrology is, of course, we call it the growth engine of any nation, because if you're doing any kind of manufacturing, importing, exporting, you need to have measurements that are reliable and globally compatible. So that's where the standards come in. And we are very proud of saying that we cater to the scientific and industrial requirements of the country as far as measurements go. And we are always endeavoring to modernize our systems within the constraints of being a government-aided body, the funding constraints. But we do try our best, and we are looking forward to a better future. And with an MOU with RMIT, I'm sure we can achieve better heights than what we have already been doing in the past. So when we come to physico-mechanical metrology, we look after 4 basic SI units, that is mass, length and dimension, temperature and optical radiation. These are the 4 basic SI units for which we maintain standards, give traceability and calibration and testing services. And there are 4 derived units, that is force, pressure, vacuum and ultrasonics, acoustics and vibrations, and fluid flow. So there are 8 subsections in this division, and I have basically worked in pressure and vacuum for most of my life, but we of course have many responsibilities, not just national, international. We are here, we need to establish our calibration and measurement capabilities. We are the signatory of the CIPM MRA. CIPM is the International Regulatory Body on Standards, which is headquartered in Paris, France. And the related activities we look after. So when I focus on the physico-mechanical metrology, this is a summary of what we do within physico-mechanical metrology. As I mentioned, you can see the 8 subsections we have and the kind of services we give to the industrial sectors, and you name it, and we are there for giving traceability and reliable measurements to the industries, to biomedicals. A simple example is like mass metrology. Mass is just weighing of things, but then it is important if you're manufacturing drugs, if you want to be sure of the components of the chemicals that go into your drug, you need to have absolutely reliable measurements. So pharmaceutical companies are one of our major clients for mass measurements. Likewise, for automobiles, length is an important parameter. Temperature, of course, is important. It was realized during COVID time. Wherever you went, you had an IR gun pointing at your forehead. So all these measurements are important for the development of any country. And we have been giving services to all the strategic sectors. I don't know whether you can read it here. Pharmaceuticals, petroleum, milk, sugar, healthcare, you name it, the sector we are there. So we provide major calibration services, and then the local requirements are looked after by the regional laboratories which have traceability from NPL. So that is what we do in physical mechanical metrology. So I'll just give you okay, so the latest developments that are there in metrology is that in 2019, the SI units were redefined in terms of the fundamental constants. So earlier there were artifacts for every measurement. Like for mass, you had a 1 kg prototype. For length, you had a 1 meter bar, which was provided from BIPM. But in 2019, it was realized that over a number of years, these measurements do not remain constant. And you need to have a better way of realizing it. So then they were realized in terms of the fundamental constants. Like mass is redefined in terms of the Planck's constant. Temperature is redefined in terms of the measurement of the Boltzmann constant. And when you want to realize these new definitions of the SI units, you need to have a lot of R&D, a new infrastructure, setting up the experiments, and that is what we have embarked upon. And I see a great potential in realizing the expertise that is at RMIT by exchange of students to develop the new machines that we are trying to develop. Okay, as I said, out of these 7 SI units, 4 of the SI units, we are trying to redefine in terms of the fundamental constants. As you can see, we are trying to realize mass in terms of the Planck's constant. Oh, this pointer is going everywhere. Okay. The mass is in terms of Planck constant, the length in terms of speed of light, the temperature in terms of the Boltzmann constant, and luminous intensity is already, it has just been reworded. The definition is almost the same. So out of these 7 SI units, these are the ones that we are working on. So what I see in the near future is that since we are trying to realize these new definitions, the quantum definitions, we have a potential for having collaborative work on in quantum physics. For mass, Kibble balance, for temperature, we are trying to realize through acoustic gas thermometry, where a number of components are there, and if any one of you is interested in the details, I'll be most happy to answer those questions. The length, we have primary helium-neon laser, and we have a frequency comb, which we are trying to establish traceability with each other. And then low pressure, for low pressure, we had an ultrasonic interferometer manometer, which was full of toxic mercury, and now we have to replace it with an optical interferometer. In fact, one of our scientists is presently at NIST, USA, getting a training on how to develop this internally at here in NPL. And for this also, we need a number of components, electronic circuits, lasers, optical components that have to be brought together and integrated. So this is a major project. And of course, for optical radiation, LED is the talk of the day. So what I think is we need to forge collaborations in multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary areas. And I see a scope in development of sensors, development of electronic circuits, where we need to reduce noise to increase the sensitivity of the instrument, to reduce uncertainties to a level that can be compatible with the international standards. And the use of TFT for theoretical simulations, because we work on high pressures, and then and simulation techniques, Monte Carlo and finite element methods. Okay, so this is an overview. I'll just give you a few slides on the kind of work the physico-mechanical metrology scientists are doing. This is not all my work. This has been taken across the various activities in within the physico-mechanical metrology. So we have recently developed sensors. Dr. Shivgan, if he's there, and his group, they have developed these sensors. This is chitosan-based and SNO2-based sensors for analyzing the breath, the humidity, and the moisture in human breath by mere touch also. And this is one encouraging work that we want to take forward. The finite element method, because this is a simulation technique which can tell you how your system is going to behave if it's subjected to very high pressures or low temperature or any external parameters that are changed. And this is a picture of the piston cylinder assembly that we use for high pressure measurements. And when we apply pressure at the bottom of the piston, which is balanced by masses on the top of the piston, then you have distortions and stresses developed in the system. And that we have we simulate through something called ANSYS, which is a software which does for using the finite element method. And then we were actually able to correlate the results of the simulation with the actual experiment. So we can take it forward to other systems also. This is one human oscillometric waveform recorder which one of our scientists who is at NIST had developed, wherein by using a simple blood pressure measurement, you can actually record the waveform of your heart. And when we were displaying this on one of our recent festivals, some of the patients who just came out of curiosity, they actually found out they had arrhythmia, which they didn't know earlier. So this is also something we want to take forward. And this is our basic research part. We have been working on the effect of very high pressures and low temperatures on a series of rare earth sesquosites, especially nanocrystalline materials and doped materials. And this is what we study the phase transitions under pressure and the deduction of Moët-Guarnesson parameters or the anharmonic constants, and they correlate with each other. And also one of our materials during these high pressure investigations and low temperature investigation, we found out that some of the materials show Fano interference, wherein the line shapes are not symmetric and they lead to very interesting properties in others. So just to keep it short, I will just share the experiences of my own students. This is Neha Bhura, who finished her PhD, I think sometime in January this year, and she had a tenure in RMIT from January 2020 to January 23, but that was the COVID time. It was the lockdown time. And but the RMIT people were kind enough to let the students start an online mode, and then she finished all her courses online, and she scored a great score. She had her seminars, but because she kept waiting for the lockdown to open, and finally when it did open, she applied for the visa, but she didn't get any reply for 6 months, and it was already getting late. So RMIT people were kind enough to allow her to submit the same thesis that she submitted in NPL, using her NPL work at RMIT also. She still got a dual degree because she had completed all of her formalities and she physically could not go there. So now this girl, she's done very well. She's now a postdoctorate in University of Augsburg, Germany, and now she has another offer from Spain, so she'll be moving on to Spain, I think University of Valencia or something. So this is the slide that she has sent me, her experience in online mode, because she could not go there. So she says that participating in both online and hybrid events at RMIT University further enhanced my sense of belonging to the academic community. Despite the challenges faced by the global circumstances, the university consistently extended invitation for international students to engage in various events, seamlessly blending offline and online modes. This inclusive approach not only provided valuable insights into the vibrant campus life, but also fostered a strong sense of community among us. Whether attending virtual seminars, workshops, or events that accommodated both offline and online participants, I felt connected to the university's ethos and its diverse student body. These experiences underscored the university's commitment to creating an inclusive and accessible environment for all students, regardless of their mode of study. So she is one student who is doing well, and she has contributed to one of the success stories of NPL ACSR RMIT collaboration. This is another student who is currently at RMIT. His name is Ankit Bhoria, and I'm co-supervising here with Dr. H.K. Singh, and her RMIT supervisors are Professor Sumit Walia, Dr. Suresh Bhargava, and Taimur Ahmed. He was supposed to go for 6 months, but he got so enamored with RMIT that he's actually asked me to let him allow to extend for another 3 months. And his PhD work is almost over. I asked him to arrange his pre-PhD viva, and he's I think delaying it by a couple of months or so that he says, I want to do a little more work. So in ACSR work, he's been working on investigation of rare earth magnates, tantalates, and ethonates under extreme conditions. And at RMIT, I understand here that he's working on stability investigations of MOS2 under external environment. So from the reactions of the RMIT staff, it appears to me that some of you know him. So this is the RMIT work, the ACSR work. He had worked on low temperature and high pressure in the pure and doped rare earth oxides. But at RMIT, he's working on MOS2 thin films under different gases, under different temperatures, and this work is still going on. And what he says is that I must give a big shout out to the incredible technical staff, my supportive supervisor, and the entire research team. So he's thoroughly enjoying his experience there, and he says he has learnt a lot of new techniques, because here students don't get to work hands-on on every kind of equipment. So he says, I'm getting an opportunity to work hands-on on many instruments, including the AFM Raman, and he's also learning chemical vapor deposition, I understand. So he's happy there, and I hope a collaborative thesis that comes out of it will be very high class. So this is another student of Dr. Shivagan, who she's working on the synthesis of INSP infrared detector films, and she has been selected to chosen to RMIT, and she's shortly going to leave. And she's also working on the synthesis and characterization of these silicon substrate for IR response measurements. So all the best to this student. She is Sarosh Sharma, should be shortly landing at RMIT. So thank you. That's all from my side.
Okay, I think that we are running late for sure. For the lunch is in there, half an hour. There is a last speaker could not come from RMIT, Dr. Saffron Bryant. Apology. Otherwise, I, as a chair of this session, declare this session closed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I once again thank all the speakers and our session chair. And after this very informative and insightful presentations in this session, we have come towards the end. There's another session after the lunch. I request you all to kindly be seated in the auditorium by 2:30. I also request all the research scholars to please stand by your posters, because during the lunch break we have poster presentations and evaluation. So I request the research scholars to be kindly be present near your posters. And the poster gallery is open for you all. You can visit anytime. Please be seated in the auditorium by 2:30. Thank you.
Just one more thing before you go. Yes, poster awards are there. 3 awards from RMIT. The first award, second and third. 3,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees, and 1,000 rupees.
Thank you. Thank you for declaring it in advance. So the students are already so excited for it. So I suppose they won't be going for lunch and directly moving to the poster gallery. So please proceed for lunch in the A.R. Verma lawn, and our VIPs would go to the VIP lounge. Thank you so much. The lunch is open for all. Please invite your friends too. Thank you. After a lovely lunch, we are back again, and it's time to delve into some more interesting and informative sessions. So I welcome you all to the second session of the day, entitled as Needs of R&D Collaboration for New Advances in Fundamental and Applied Research. For this session, I would like to call on Professor Ajay Dhar, Associate Director, ACSIR, to preside over the session. Professor Ajay Dhar is the Associate Director, ACSIR, since July 2018. Before that, he has been working as Chief Scientist at CSIR-NPL. He is a well-renowned scientist with over 100 publications, and he specializes in the area of thermoelectrics, magnetics, metals and alloys, and composites. Sir, we are happy to have you amongst us. Can we have a huge round of applause for our session chair? Sir, hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the biodata of the speakers. I don't think. Good afternoon and welcome to the second session of this symposium. I think we have about 5 speakers in this session, and 15 minutes time is allotted to each speaker. As we are already running slightly late in the schedule, so I would request all the speakers to kindly finish in the allotted time. So let's get started in this session. I would first request Professor Jenny Zhang, Associate Dean, School of Computing Technologies, STEM College, RMIT. Professor Jenny Zhang, please.
ये टीम से लॉगिन कर दिया था क्या? ये टीम लॉग आउट थी क्या? मैं तो ऊपर आया नहीं.
Share this screen, share this window. See what happens.
Share complete window कौन सी है?
Select this window, that's fine. This one. Wait a second.
No. इसको क्रॉस कर देना, PDF रीडर को. नहीं, इसको वो हो जाएगा. उसको क्रॉस कर. इसको स्क्रीन बड़ी हो जाएगी. ये वो तो फुल स्क्रीन भी हो जाएगी अभी. अवेलेबल. ये फुल स्क्रीन ही है.
It should be fine. Can I go down? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Should be fine. All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the BCI, NPL, the wonderful hospitality and the wonderful food. Thanks for everyone for including me and to welcome us from RMIT. And I really like the title of this session, Advances in Fundamental and Applied Research. So what I'm going to talk about may be a bit different from the different verticals, the fields that, civil engineering or chemistry or different verticals. What I'm going to talk about is data. And to me, digitalization, digital technologies and data is the fundamental and looking into the future. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. And I'm representing a bit about myself. I'm representing the School of Computing Technologies, and I'm a professor of data science, and I'm the Associate Dean of Higher Degree by Research. So I look after some AXA, ACSIR, RMIT students within our school. And my research profile, as you can see, I put my Google Scholar profile there, and I work in data science, digitalized data, digital technologies, and machine learning, and AI, and text analysis and natural language processing. So first, I would like to give an overview about the computer science research within our school. I have been doing that using a word cloud there. You can see from here we do a range of research within the field, all related to digital data. So from data science, data management, to theory of computation, computer vision, human-centered computing, information systems, AI, artificial intelligence, multimedia applications, and cybersecurity, information studies. So we cover a range of digital technologies and applications, either to the society or to science or to research in different disciplines. Okay, so next I would like to highlight a couple of projects from the ACSIR and RMIT program. So this program here, this project here I'm highlighting is AI for Health. So in here we have this study on using computer vision to study this problem of tarsic morphology and dental anomaly. So you can see the student there, and Koshlish, and he has been enrolled into the RMIT AXIA program, and working with Azadeh and Julie Portis. These are the RMIT supervisors, and we also have a ACSIR supervisor there. So just want to highlight the application of the digital technology here, which is using computer vision, artificial intelligence to detection to do modeling of the data, and also do segmentation of cellular tarsic complex structures in the images for our for the cephalometric images. And this is a wonderful application of computer vision and AI for digital health, for health applications. So I'm really glad that this student now is doing really well and has published one paper in applied science from the computing dimension, in addition to what he already did previously, which is mainly focusing on the medical science, the medical health area. So fundamental to the applications is what I call big data. I think everyone may have been very familiar with the term big data. So we have data everywhere. So we have data from health, data from engineering, data from science, data from our daily life, transaction on e-commerce platforms, and data from the web. So, and also we have the Internet of Things. I went to a couple of posters and was looking at the posters and listening to the presenters talking about the data they have generated from experiments, from material sciences, from and also there are a few humidity sensors and also photonic sensors, which have been generating data. We have data everywhere, and how to make use of this data and generate knowledge is what I have been working on. And also there's a big data science and AI discipline, and several researchers in this area from our school. So what we want to do actually using AI or using machine learning is to do predictions. Not only do summarization or statistics of the data, but also do predictions. And Sujiva and Kevin all mentioned predictive modeling. Actually, like the process I have put up there is like when you do prediction, you have to learn from data, and data is like the power to the model. Without data, you can't have a powerful model. So you have a training data acquisition process, which is the upper top of the half. Okay, from the the raw data that is collected, you have to do signal processing, extract useful predictive signals, and then you do this is a process we call training. Basically train the machine to learn. After that, we got the model, and then we can use it to do prediction. And the data may come from sensors, okay? Either photonic sensors, or pressure sensors, or resistance sensors, or even the humidity sensors we looked at, as what I saw just now. So for predictive data analysis, and an important aspect I want to emphasize is in whether a scientist as an end user or a real general public end user, trustworthy data science and AI is the core, is essential, because user trust is the ultimate testimony of successful data science and AI. I used to work with some molecular biologists on bioinformatics projects, and they do wet lab experiments. They trust their experiments, but they cannot scale that up. And from our machine learning and AI, based on the lots of data, we do the analysis, we make the prediction, and we can predict the structures. And then to win the trust of the scientists, of the wet lab scientists, I can attest that is super important. So what are the qualities that we want an AI system to win the trust of, from scientists to engineers to the general public? So here, that framework I put up there actually is from an EU white paper. They say, fundamentally, human needs to have the agency in the whole process of AI development, and technical robustness and safety, and privacy, and data governance, and transparency, and diversity, and societal and environmental well-being, and accountabilities. All these are important to win end users' trust towards data science and AI. So I will cover some aspects from the framework that I showed you just now, the explainability to achieve transparency. So to many people, AI is like a black box. That artificial neural network that you see there is like, there's many layers of neurons. It's a model there, and we put in data, and we get an output. The output tell me, what's the structure of this protein, and is there a yes/no answer to the protein-protein interaction, or even, when you do the waste prediction, you just got a prediction. But to many people, this is like a black box. So what do we need to do to give it explainability, to explain the black box, so that we win, to make people to believe in the prediction result? So there are many approaches to achieve explainability. What I'm going to talk about here is only one such study. So from the input X, you got an output Y, and in the middle, what's in the middle? What's the Z? What's the causal factors that can give us the direct effect for the prediction, or the indirect effect in the middle of the mechanism, the neurons that give us the final fact? So that's what we have been doing, trying to open the black box to explain the prediction of the neural networks, so that to win the trust of scientists, engineers, and general public users. Okay, so you can see here, this diagram actually explains the neurons and the interactions between the neurons within the neural network, tells you what is happening, to explain the automated decision that is produced by this machine, this magic machine. And we can quantify, actually, quantify the effect of the neurons on the final prediction output from the input. Okay, and here is one project. As an example, actually we have explained the automated detection of rumors of social media data, and we can pinpoint which input, which piece of information, which tweet that has generated the final prediction result. Okay, so, and just give you the next example that we have been working on, that is information recommendation. So how to make people trust our recommendation. So recommendation, has been widely used across the society, everyone is using that every day. You've got recommendations for tweets, you've got recommendations for friends on Facebook, you've got recommendations when you go shopping on e-commerce platforms. Now, what I'm focusing on here is information item recommendation. When we say information items, actually include news articles, include movies, include everything that contains information, a book. And specifically for your research, for example, we have a very important information recommendation component. So what is your imagination of a perfect digital research assistant that can recommend papers and understand your reading history, understand the project you're working on, and collect the information. So expect it to be knowledgeable, to know the subject area that you're working on, and to give you unbiased information from diverse information sources, and can proactively recommend the papers that you need and from different sources, and also that is very relevant to your research project. So that's what we mean by information recommendation. So to achieve trustworthy in this area, so this is a framework that we talked about. The central to this recommender system actually is machine learning and AI. So from data preparation to data representation learning, and there is the recommendation, which is in the middle, the third step, the recommendation engine, and that's the central for it is prediction, is AI. And then finally, there is evaluation. So within this, throughout this framework, for every step, we need to make sure the data is reliable and fair, include from different information sources, and the recommendation engine, the AI model, is fair and transparent and explainable and can win people's trust. All right, so to sum up, what's next? And in the age of AI, and trustworthy data science is not a choice, but a necessity. That's what we're working on. Okay, and to achieve towards trustworthy data science, we have focused on model transparency, explainability, algorithm fairness for making automatic decisions, as well as taking care of the users, the end users' need. And we see big data, predictive data analysis, and AI, and would advances the need and to all walks of our society and life, from research to engineering, and to people's daily life. And I'm really looking forward to that we can grow the digital space, digital technologies across the different disciplines with the CSIR and RMIT program. We have started with one student who worked on AI for health. I'm really look forward to welcome more students in other areas. And I will make sure that connect you to my colleagues in relevant areas, and I'm there at Melbourne to welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation, Dr. Zhang. Our next speaker is Dr. Bobby Fleises, Head Perinatal Brain Injury Laboratory, RMIT.
and like magic. Thank you all for your time today. I'd like to thank our distinguished hosts and all of the people who made today possible. So I'm really going to change pace today. I'm a senior lecturer and my field is developmental biology. So Kate mentioned that she doesn't do wet, squishy, cell-based stuff, but that's very much my domain. I've spent my PhD at Monash University and then went overseas to Sweden. I'm normally quite loud. To Sweden and also to London and France for postdocs. So at the moment I'm a laboratory head and I'm also playing a very important role, as Kate mentioned, in taking care of HDR research candidates. I manage the medical science students within our school, and that's the School of Health and Biomedical Sciences. So the School of Health and Biomedical Sciences covers a wide area, all the way through biomed, through to biosciences, psychology, osteopathy, radiations. And if anyone has any interest or any questions about the research done in this space, please come and speak to me. So some of the research themes and projects that are going on that may be of interest to you, and again, please speak to me. Topics as broad as cardiovascular disease through to qualitative research, looking at nursing, students assessing patient experiences and fertility and gut-brain axes. So we have a very diverse research cohort. So as I mentioned, I'm a laboratory head and the goal of my work is to really understand the developing brain and what happens when things go wrong, because unless we know what's happening, we can't fix it. I'm very fortunate to share a lab space with Professor Mary Tolkas, who is in the middle here, recently promoted. This is one of our events, I think last Christmas, and these are the members of my team at the moment, and I'll be showing you a little bit of their work today. So I'm going to give you some flavours of the types of research we do, and it is a change of pace, so it won't be quite so dense, I hope. So one of the things that my lab group does is study basic brain development. My favourite cell type is the microglia. It's a gardener, it's a soldier, it's a housekeeper, does lots to help keep our brains healthy. And one of the studies we've done recently is to undergo the first assessment of the development of these cells in the sheep brain. And most people at this point go, why on earth would you study a sheep? Well, when you're assessing human brain development and developing therapies, sheep are a very commonly used model. So there's been more than 1,000 studies published in the past 20 years using sheep as a model for perinatal brain injury. Similar size, similar patterns of brain development, and they have little foldy brains just like us, unlike a mouse which has a funny smooth brain. So the types of work we do are things like collecting tissues from different ages, because we're interested in development, and these are just some representative images. Isabel, who became a doctor only last week, she's passed her thesis. She assessed a wide range of regions within the brain. And in our laboratory, we do things like staining thin slices of tissues for different cell types, in this case microglia, and assessing both cell number and morphology using different software packages. Isabel undertook a really substantial assessment, and what we found, which was quite interesting, was that there are striking similarities between the sheep brain, the human brain and the mouse brain. So this pattern that you can see here in the blue is the youngest animals, and in the orangey colour is the oldest animals, and we see that the microglia tend to move from the deep brain structures into the outer brain structures over time. And this is important to us because we need all the animal models we can to understand human disease, because at the moment you can't see into the human brain with enough detail. We've also assessed what the cells look like, their morphology, whether they have long, thin processes or not, which tells us a lot about the maturation state of these cells. And we were able to uncover some really interesting findings about similarities between sheep, humans and man. Nope, sheep, humans and mice. So to change tack again and to come a little bit closer to human health, we have a project underway at the moment looking at neonatal stroke. So you're actually more at risk as an infant in your first 30 days of life of having a stroke than if you are over 60, a man, and overweight. So we all assume that it's those individuals who are going to die of a stroke, but actually infants have more strokes. The problem is it's very hard to tell because an infant doesn't have slurred speech, and infants actually have seizures and altered sleep-wake cycles quite frequently for different reasons. So at the moment there's no way to treat neonatal stroke. But what we do, we recapitulate what happens in the brain, actually using what's called a photothrombotic model. So we inject the animals with a dye that's reactive to laser light, then we can shine a light directly on their brain. We see this little spot here, we wind up with a blood clot that then leads to a gaping great hole in the brain. But of course the reason that we're creating a gaping great hole, so inducing a lesion, is we've been designing a hydrogel therapy. So this is biomedical engineering, and what we're hoping to do is inject into this cavity a hydrogel which provides a structural support and some pharmacological interventions that will enable the brain to repair itself. So what we have here is two images. One in the top here is seaweed. This is seaweed that grows in the ocean off Tasmania. And one of the amazing things you can do with this seaweed is extract a polysaccharide called fucoidin from it. You can eat fucoidin, it's sold as a supplement at the moment, but it has wonderful anti-inflammatory properties. The other agent that we've put into our hydrogel actually comes from this nifty little creature down the bottom here. This is my collaborator, Professor Glenn King, who looks far too comfortable being that close to a funnel web spider. But Glenn has spent his career isolating different chemical agents from various creepy crawlies. So he was the scientist who discovered a small molecule called HI1A, and it has this remarkable ability to block acid-sensitive ion channels, and we know that they're really important in delayed cell death in neonatal stroke. So what we've done, we've taken our hydrogel, we've packaged it up with fucoidin and HI1A, and we've been injecting it into the brain, and luckily for us and my student Victor, we're seeing a reduction in the lesion volume. And then, you know, we have to assess whether or not these animals have motor deficits. You know, if you were looking at an individual, you'd be assessing how well they walk, maybe their grip strength in their hand. But for rats, you hang up a little wire and you get them to hold on, and it is just called a wire hang test. And we find that the animals that have a stroke but no treatment, they just can't hold on as long. But after our treatments, we find that their ability to hold on, their grip strength is really markedly improved. So Victor's got 12 more months left on his PhD, and he's not sure if he's going to come back to Bangladesh or stay in Australia. He's definitely still weighing up his options. So another thing that I'm really interested in and would like to continue working on is paediatric traumatic brain injury. So TBI is the main cause of children under 2 being admitted to the intensive care unit, and it has devastating impacts for their entire lives. So we set up a model of paediatric TBI. This is a weight drop model. So at its crudest, we really are dropping a weight on the head. And what we have, this side of the brain here, it's smaller. This is the amount of grey matter here. And then the bottom panel, the darker staining is where we have myelin, so insulation in the brain. So we get a lot of brain damage in this model, which is reflective of what we expect and we do see in humans. And we've done some studies historically with this model. Coming back to my favourite cell type, so I mentioned microglia. So we can use some basic drugs to prevent the activity of these cells and prevent them dividing. So we gave minocycline, which is a very old-fashioned antibiotic now, but one of its actions is to prevent microglial activation. And we really expected that we would find that fewer microglia equaled reduced brain injury. And we were like, yay, it does. And then, oh, no, it doesn't. So in the acute phase, we were able to discover that, yes, changing the microglia numbers is positive for the brain, but in the long term, it's not. Now, this is an important study because we were one of the first to start to tease apart the fact that microglia are not always damaging the brain. Historically, it was always thought that they were the bad guys, and studies upon studies now build to show that actually, when you look in the long term, taking away your microglia is a really bad idea. It doesn't help out. Now, I also do a lot of work in models of brain injury, the brain injury that occurs in preterm born infants. Now, the vast majority of infants who are born too soon, and it's because the mother has an infection. She might know about it or she might not, actually. But if you look around the room, and if you count 10 people, one of them was probably born preterm. So that means that every year, 15 million babies are born preterm, and 60% of them will develop a lifelong neurological injury. So I don't have time today to go into the models in great detail, but I just wanted to flag that this is additional research that I'm interested in. And also, we've got a project underway looking at the impact of nitrates that are found in the drinking water on brain development. So this is a new PhD student in my lab who's also come to me from Bangladesh, who's recently started. So we're interested in environmental contaminants too, and what that means for brain development. And the goal there is to then be able to develop therapies that might be even handed out to women when they visit their healthcare professional if safe drinking water is not available. And of course, none of this is ever done alone, so the teams that have contributed and the funding bodies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bobby, for your fine presentation. We next have a presentation from India. It is Dr. Neeru Saini. Neeru Saini is a chief scientist at CSIR-IGIB and also the ACSIR coordinator in that lab. May I request Dr. Neeru Saini to make a presentation?
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Dr. Neeru Saini. I'm working as a chief scientist in CSIR Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. It's a very different field here, where it's a physical laboratory, and most of the presentations which I've seen is about the physics, waste to wealth, and presentations. I would like to tell you the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology works on different biological disease. One is neurodevelopmental, and which I can see that Dr. Bobby has presented that they have an area of interest in healthcare also. We have a unit of respiratory biology also, where the IGIB works on air pollution and environmental effects. We have an asthma model, so that could be one of the model which I think we can have a collaboration with RMIT, where because we have a model of environmental pollution, respiratory disease, lung cancer, so where a common collaborative effort can be done between scientists, and student exchange has not been taken place from the biological side till now. We are also initiating, and some part of this we have an interest in neurodevelopmental biology also. We have an earthworm area. We have epilepsy, pharmacogenomics area, which is very developing. And there also we are interested in biomarker discoveries and all. So that is another area where it can be worked on. We have another area which IGIB works on is in cardiovascular disease. So coronary artery disease we know that it's a major health issues. So we already in CSIR, they have already started a cohort program where a lot of 38 laboratories, 38 laboratories, employees and their pensioners with their wives and spouses, they are enrolled in this, and this will be carried forward. It's a long-term program where they are going to evaluate number of parameters, like lung parameters, biological parameters, lipidomics, fibroscans, and so this is a huge program which is working on. One major research area which IGIB is plays a role is pan-cancer Indian Genome Atlas program. We all know that we have a Genome Atlas program, TCG Atlas, everyone is aware of it. But in Indian consortium, it is not there. For the Indian sample, there's a program which CSIR also really initiated, and CSIR and CDRI are the ones which are major players in it. We also have a chemistry, lipid, nanoparticle-based programs, where the scientists are interested in the delivery for the microRNA delivery, non-coding RNA delivery programs, and they are basically for hydrogel formations and biofilm formations. We have a very good zebrafish facility. Scientists are working in the zebrafish area. So you can see that we have a diverse field, interdisciplinary, a lot of integrative approaches are there. And I think in future, coming to here, I actually got a good feel that I can actually talk to my colleagues in the IGIB and tell them there's a future where a lot of students can actually go. Because see, when students come, they have a very small niche. They only look for their own program. If you come as a little higher scientist level, so you can see there are areas, because nowadays everything is integrative. It is not that it's on the physics, it's only physics. It's a biophysics, it's a biochemistry, everything is mixed. So one is very, very fortunate if I think a collaboration in the biological institutes, PhD students can come and then go between RMIT and all. I think they will get an international exposure, and I think it is going to be a very wonderful opportunity for us. And I think the kind of workshops one-day workshop which NPL has done, if we can have it future in the biology careers also, it will give a big exposure to the students of the biology. Because waste and wealth, and I was just talking to Professor Chanta that simple thing that weight measurements is required everywhere for every drug and everything. Waste to wealth is required everywhere. And a lot of data science. Every field, we have so much of data which is there, which needs to be integrated. Even if we have a population genetics from India, and if we compare with Western and European and Caucasians and all that, a lot of this integrative opportunities have book opportunities and entrepreneurship can develop them. And I think that is what I wanted to tell you about IGIB. I was not prepared for any presentation, but I just wanted to give an overview of what IGIB does. And we have more than 200 students registered with it. And we got good publications. And Feluda, if you know that sickle cell anemia is one more project which IGIB is working on. And this during COVID, we have done a lot of bioinformatics, and the Feluda COVID detection kit was designed and manufactured by IGIB itself, with Dr. Shauvik Mehti, our current director, and Dr. Deb Jyoti has been a part of it. So I'm sure. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Any questions, please? I think if there are no questions, I will thank you very much, Dr. Neeru. Although you were unprepared, you made a very good presentation, opening all the fields of your...
She was unprepared because she has just been informed now that she has to give a talk there, because our regular slot, Dr. Ranjana couldn't make it, and she has been replaced, so it's not right. So, thank you. Thank you.
It didn't seem that you were unprepared. To me, it didn't seem you were unprepared. Wonderful talk. Thank you very much. Our next speaker would be Professor S.R. Dakate.
I'm here.
Oh.
In advance.
That was very swift, Dakate. Dr. Dakate is a chief scientist in the Advanced Materials Devices Division at CSIR-NPL. And he has mentored quite a few PhD students from this ACSIR RMIT joint degree program. How many have you mentored, Dr. Dakate? 3, 4? From your group?
From, I just came.
Okay.
So, okay. Start. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. I am from my division. I think at present we have 60 PhD students. Oh, he's okay. हो गया? Up down करना. Yes, sir. Sir, forward, backward pointer. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will speak about my division activity. We are working on the area of material science for materials for energy generations, material for structural material and strategic applications, and recycling of the waste material. So particularly in my division, we have more than 60 PhD students. Out of 60 PhD students, almost 15 are associated with RMIT. Some of them already finished their PhD. Some of them are on RMIT at the moment, and few are waiting for further to go for RMIT. So particularly my division is belonging to the major 3 activities, that is photovoltaics materials, photonics materials, and advanced carbon-based materials. So I am not going to that much detail here, but in photonics material we are working on the organic and perovskite solar cell, then flexible perovskite solar cell, as well as recycling of plastics and electronics waste, and we are establishing the primary solar standard for major calibration of the solar cell. In photonics material, we are working on the fluorescence material, 2D materials, and variable electronic sensor, perovskite LED and inks. In carbon-based material, we are working on a variety of carbon-based material. It is starting from graphite to carbon nanotube, carbon fiber composites to anything, all sort of carbon materials. So before going to the works of my DU, I am just showing few students who are associated with RMIT. First, my student, Ms. Sweta, now she has completed a PhD, and in this on 7th convocation of ACSI, she got also Professor Baldevraj Memorial Award for his good piece of work she has done in RMIT and NPL. Another student, Mr. Mandip Singh, he has not got opportunity to go RMIT because during the COVID period. But he is trying, and he has not got the visa approval. Almost he tried for 1 year, but he has now finished his PhD, and at the moment he is a postdoctoral researcher in Luleå University of Technology, Sweden. Then Ms. Chitra is in RMIT. She is working on the recovery and investigation of polymeric layer from the waste silicon solar cell. Ms. Karishma Jain already is in RMIT. She is working on the synthesis of carbon nanofibers from biopolymer blends and its application. Then Ajay Kumar Verma, he is already in RMIT. He is working on the, actually his work here, development of TiCOBS half-slur based materials for mid-temperature thermoelectric application. But he is not actually working on the same topic, but he is something working on the different aspect. Then Ms. Anju, he is also in RMIT at present. He is working on the materials and processes. Anuj. Okay. So materials and process from the e-waste for energy and sources. So these are 50 students already in RMIT. I am not going to show. This Sonu, Miss Sonu, she is working is on very good topic, that is the pitch-based carbon fiber in NPL from isotopic pitch-based carbon fiber, and she is working in RMIT on the synthetic foam. She is incorporating the carbon fibers developed in NPL in the synthetic pore and how to improve the properties of the synthetic foam. She is working on that aspect. Then Manoj Sherawat, he is also already in RMIT. He is working on the floating catalyst chemical vapor deposition derived carbon nanoroot shift. So he has done a lot of work in India. Now he is applying this carbon nanotube sheet in the carbon fiber composite for improving the fracture toughness. So he is working there. Then Deepak Sharma, he is also working, he is already in RMIT. He is working on design and development of thin crystalline silicon solar cell employing effective light trapping scheme on the same topic. Then these are the students, they are in the queue to go for RMIT. Chandrakant Prajapati, Miss Lalita, Pinky Sharon, then Divya Kaushik and Rahul Saini. So, okay, so anyway, just I am talking, our division is working on the carbon-based material, most of the carbon-based material. And everywhere in the world, everybody is talking about the carbon neutrality, okay. But we cannot make the carbon neutrality. If you see in our energy resources, we are all dependent upon the fossil fuel. And other one of the application of coal, that is in the steel industry, they are using coke as a reducer in steel industry. And then there is a byproduct is coal tar, and that coal tar we have a lot of different varieties of the carbon-based material can be developed. That I am showing in the slide, that binder pitch, Kuwait pitch, MCMB. So they have a lot of application in the different areas. I will not go in detail. So one of the application of this coal tar pitch is the carbon fiber. So you know carbon fiber, there are two types of carbon fiber. One is pan-based carbon fiber, one is pitch-based carbon fiber. So most of the market is covered by carbon fiber is 90% by pan-based carbon fiber. But pitch-based fiber is a 10%. Now, why we are working on this pitch-based carbon fiber? If you know the pan-based carbon fiber, cost of the precursors is 50%. So if you want to utilize the larger industry, just like the automobile industry, we require cheaper carbon fibers. Okay. So in India, we have a lot of coal tar pitch. So we are working on the making the pitch-based carbon fiber, and Indian industry, particularly automobile industry, they are looking for carbon fiber of the cost of $10 to $15. And this is only possible when we have the cheap precursors. So that's why we are working on the pitch-based carbon fiber. Another area is carbon nanotube-based microassemblies. Everybody knows about the carbon nanotubes. But it's very difficult. You have very outstanding property. But very difficult to realize the properties of the carbon nanotube, its electrical conductivity, mechanical property in real world. So how we can realize this property? On that aspect, NPL is working to make the carbon nanofibers not only individual carbon nanofiber, but to make the carbon nanofiber yarn and carbon nanofiber continuous sheet, in which carbon nanotubes are aligned in one particular direction, and that can be used for making the different types of microassemblies to achieve or to realize the properties of the carbon nanotubes. So another area we are working in the carbon nanofibers, that is by electrospinning is a versatile technique. So there are a lot of applications of this electrospinning spinning technique. We can use this nanofiber in any areas. We can make different types of carbon nanofibers from nanofibers from the electron. It may be polymeric nanofiber, it may be carbon nanofiber, it may be ceramic nanofiber. We can tune the nanofiber by encapsulating drugs and all these things. So there are different applications of this electrospinning in the area of we can say anywhere we can use. So NPL is working on the carbon nanofiber use in the area of the energy generation as well as storage. So in energy generation you can use the carbon nanofiber membranes in the fuel cell. Yeah, in energy storage application you can use as electrodes in the lithium-ion battery as well as the supercapacitors. So another thing is renewable, means everybody is looking for the sustainable material. We have lot of natural materials and that natural lot of waste materials so in the area of agriculture, forestry and also the municipal solid waste. How can these material can be utilized for making the good product? So that may be a natural and carbon neutrals. So in this case, if you see the plants, wood, any type of grass, they compose of three main constituent, that is cellulose, lignin and hemicellulose. Okay, and if you see the structure of this material, everywhere is the carbon. Okay, there is only carbon, hydrogen and oxygen. So how we can utilize that carbon from this waste material and make the different value added products. So this type of work all over the world people are concerning how we can utilize the waste material for making different types of carbon based material. Not only carbon based material, for different types of chemicals also. Because in almost of the chemicals, if you see in the backbone, there is a carbon and hydrogen. So this is one of the examples that this work is done by my student. He is associated with RMIT. So by electrospinning, he made the lignin based nanofiber sheet. And that lignin based carbon nanofiber sheet is converted into carbon nanofiber and it is utilized as a electrode for making a solid state supercapacitors. Another area we are working on the clean hydrogen, means hydrogen based fuel cell. Even though hydrogen based fuel cell is a clean source of energy, but if you see the hardware of the hydrogen based fuel cell, most of the component in the fuel cell is made up of the carbon based material. Particularly there are major three components. One is the gas diffusion layer, that is porous conducting carbon paper. Then catalyst, that is platinum catalyst, on carbon based nanomaterials as well as composite graphite composite bipolar plates. So these carbon based material in the fuel cell, hydrogen based fuel cell, they are contributing 80% by weight and 50% by the cost. So we are in NPL means indigenously developed this porous conducting carbon paper as well as graphite composite bipolar plate as well as support catalyst, that is the carbon nanotube as a support catalyst. So these are three carbon based material will be used and already used in the fuel cell applications. Another area we are working on the thermoelectric material, so that whatever the waste heat, if you see there is almost when we are using energy, even starting from the cook stove to automobiles, vehicles and everywhere. So when you are utilizing this energy for particular application, we have lot of heat, waste heat. We are not 100% utilizing the energy. Okay, so how that heat can be utilized? So there is our group is working on the thermoelectric material, different type of thermoelectric materials. Means that is from low temperature to mid temperature to high temperature. So earlier this group is headed by our chairperson Dr. Dhar. So he has started this activity in NPL and he also worked in lot. So our group is working on the thermoelectric materials, and one of the student, our student is RMIT, he is already working on the thermoelectric materials. Then already Dr. Professor Rajanta is told in the morning that we are working on the fluorescent-based security ink. Okay, so these are the one of the important material, photonics material that is used in various type of important documents and adding the security feature and all these things. Then we are working on the perovskite solar cell, flexible perovskite solar cell. Then thin film silicon vapor based hybrid solar cell. So these all work are related to the student who are already in RMIT. This is the work related to them. Then just I told you we are establishing the primary reference solar cell standard, primary facility for measure calibration of the solar cell. So this is the one of the important facility in the world. Means we are in the 4th in India with the minimum uncertainty. These are the perovskite, LED and ink, nanocrystalline perovskite materials. So this work also done by one of the RMIT student. He is already in RMIT. Then in the area of the recycling, because a lot of renewable energy means silicon solar cell we are using, and after end of life, it may be 20 year or 15 year. There is a lot of scrap will be generated. How that scrap can be reutilized and recycled? In this direction, NPL is working, and we are already working, and we have extracted solar silicon solar module, what I can say, powder also, and by again recycling them, we made the silicon ingot from the waste silicon panels. So this is the recycling of, again, plastic waste is one of the major issue in all over the world. So we are also working on how to make utilize the waste plastic to make the different types of products, just like floor tiles, paver tiles, or edge RMS, we can say tiles for the road applications. So one of the application, instead of coal, how we can utilize this coal, means agriculture waste, municipal solid waste, agriculture waste, forestry waste, without utilizing the minimum, utilizing the minimum energy. Because this torrefaction technology, we are not utilizing a high heat energy, just only 200 to 300 degrees centigrade, and convert the waste materials into the biocoal, and that biocoal can be utilized the thermal power plant instead of coal. It is not 100%, but it may be partially. So these are the different area of the solar cell our scientists are working. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dakate. It was heartening to see the huge spectrum of energy-related devices as well as materials in which RMIT and NPL is working.
Yeah.
Or has been working or is working.
Yes. So we are looking, Miss. Collaboration with different RMIT institute. So far there is a collaboration of the student just exchange program. But really we want to come to some good collaboration. We should have the collaboration between the faculty. Then only there is a realization of the collaboration, because unless an anti-faculty is not directly involved, then it is not possible to realize that much extent.
I think this point was discussed in the morning.
Yeah, I think
with the director
Professor Dhar already mentioned that point.
And we are trying to address that point very shortly. Okay, thank you very much, Sanjay. You're forgetting your gift. Sanjay is telling me that you are giving MPL's gift to FPL scientists. Now I think we have the last presentation. Dr. Govind. Oh, again, I think I am slow or NPL scientists are faster. Okay, Dr. Govind is a senior principal scientist in sensor devices and metrology division. And he too has a couple of students who have either graduated or are still working in RMIT. I think you will share their experience, Dr. Govind.
Thank you, Professor Dhar. And thank you for inviting me to this conference. And I'm sure 5 years of interaction between RMIT and ACSR has set up a base for imaginative industrial-based R&D. And my group is actually working in the area of design and fabrication of sensors. So, as we are all aware that sensor is a futuristic technology, and there are various domains to this particular device. Okay. Okay, so my group is actually involved in some of these areas. My group at Sensor Device and Metrology is basically focusing on design and development of sensor for air pollutants, electromagnetic radiation from deep UV to midwave IR, and neuromorphic sensing. And mainly utilizing the compound semiconductor, primarily working on the third nitride semiconductors. For that purpose, we are utilizing radio frequency molecular epitaxy, where growing nitride materials, like especially gallium nitride and other material. Since these materials are not having any substrate, defined substrate, for that purpose foreign substrate are being used, like sapphire and silicon. So there is a kind of mismatch. So heteroepitaxy is done. So utilizing the property of the substrate and then controlling the epitaxy, we have grown a variety of nitride surfaces with tuning with like of buffer layers, like gallium nitride in case of sapphire. In case of silicon, we are controlling the epitaxy by aluminum nitride. So different kind of structure from planar surface to nanoflower surface, pyramidal surface, and other like pyramidal with large surface area is grown. So these materials are being used for the development of different kind of sensors. And by utilizing these surfaces, we have grown different kind of UV detector, gallium nitride based UV detector, where these materials depend upon their defects and dislocations. They are acting differently under for different charge transport. For that purpose, so there we are use polar and non-polar gallium nitride surface to grow these UV detectors. Like earlier, the silicon-based detectors are available, where you have to provide kind of filters to reduce like visible and infrared radiation to detect UV radiation. For that purpose, these gallium nitride-based detectors are fabricated, where we are utilizing different surface of gallium nitride grown on sapphire and silicon. Then other surface functionalization effect, like using gold nanoplasmonics and different kind of morphology and fabricated cell power optical detectors for UV range detection. Then using this gallium nitride as a base material, we have utilized 2D materials like chalcogenide to have 2D, 3D heterostructure to tap the electromagnetic radiation from deep UV to midwave IR, utilizing different kind of chalcogen materials, like from MOS2 to WS2, WSE2, SB2, S3 and others, and other metal oxide like tungsten oxide and gallium oxide going from deep UV to towards midwave IR range. So this is one of the example of SB2, S3 with gallium nitride, where we are tapping the electromagnetic radiation from 250 nanometer to 1300 nanometer or so. Then, of course, we are doing a lot of activity in the gas sensing area, where we have developed metal oxide and nitride and two-dimensional material-based gas sensing device to tap the gases of like NO and ammonia in sub ppm range, or even we are getting very good result close to 100 ppb, and these devices are working at even at lower operating temperature of 100 degrees centigrade. Recently, we have also utilized the properties of these nitride and other 2D material-based devices for gallium nitride-based neuromorphic sensor and other 2D material-based neuromorphic sensor to see their resistive memory applications. The other aspect which we are really tapping is like sensor metrology, like sensor which are solid state sensor, how long they are working good, or what is the reliability of these sensors. For that purpose, NPL has proposed to have a center for sensor metrology, where NPL will be the certifying agency to check and validate and check the reliable data of these solid state sensors which are available, commercially available from Indian startups or Indian industry, or from other foreign industry. So like our interaction with the RMIT, just come to this part. My first student which has gone to RMIT was Shubhendra Jain. He was a first student, and 2018 he joined RMIT in April 2019, was there till August 2020. He completed his PhD in 2021. Later on he joined University of Ottawa as a postdoctoral fellow from October 2021 to March 23. Now he is working with a company called Applied Materials at Boston. His working place is MIT since March 2023. And the important thing what I'm trying to say here, like here, what he has done is collaborative work with NPL and RMIT. We have studied the interaction between compound semiconductor like gallium nitride with the 2D material, MOS2 and other, and study the band alignment, and then how this device can be fabricated. So we have grown the material here, and then at RMIT we have fabricated device, and we have some good publication, and like these 2D 3D hybrid MOS2 gallium nitride for high performance broadband photodetector, and this influencer temperature and photodetection property. Then we have also worked on the atomically thin gallium nitride for high performance photodetection capabilities. So these are the joint work which has come out as the collaborative work between RMIT and NPL. The interesting thing is that what he has learned at NPL, like using different characterization technique, he has contributed to many other publications where his technical skill was utilized by RMIT. So now he has been awarded like Baldev Raj Memorial Award for Best Thesis of Device Engineering of Third Nitride Semiconductor Based Sensor in recently concluded convocation. So this is the other outcome which he got from RMIT, like publication in Advanced Material based on liquid metal synthesis ultra thin SNS layer for high performance broadband photodetector, and two other publication in Applied Material Interface and Applied Materials Today. So this is the work which he has done in a span of almost 1.5 years, and I would like to share his views. What? Okay. Mic. इसकी sound देने.
You can restart it.
No, restart. यहाँ पर कहाँ पर है? Sound, you have to check the sound.
Volume problem.
Full है.
फुल है तो आवाज कहीं आ रही म्यूट तो नहीं है म्यूट है ये तो कुछ और है देखो
आपने शेयर ऑडियो किया था? शेयर ऑडियो किया था आपने?
इसमें है
नहीं, ऑडियो शेयर किया था आपने क्या
पहले से? नहीं।
प्रेजेंटेशन बंद होगी क्या?
Hello everyone, I'm Shubhendra Kumar Jain. I joined CSIR-NPL and started my PhD under the supervision of Professor Govind Gupta. My research focus was on 3-nitride semiconductors, their growth, characterization and device fabrication for optoelectronic applications. RMIT PhD program is one of the first cohort students under supervision of Professor Madhu Bhaskaran and Professor Sumit Walia. I started working on another material platform, 2D semiconductors, where I integrated these promising ultra-thin materials with technologically viable gallium nitride platform. I got opportunity to work in class 100 clean room facility in RMIT University to fabricate micro photo detectors. I had an opportunity to collaborate with different leading universities, including Australian National University, Melbourne University, University of Technology Sydney, IIT Delhi, etc. And I was able to publish many research articles in esteemed journals, including Advanced Materials, Advanced Optical Materials, ACS Applied Material Interface, Advanced Material Interface, etc. I am recently awarded late Professor Baldev Raj Memorial Award for Best Performance in PhD. It was a great learning experience to be one of the first cohort student under CSIR RMIT program. This program helped me exposure to many leading research activities which helped me getting better opportunities. Currently, I am working as an electrical engineer with Applied Materials in USA, where I focus on developing the solutions for Internet of Things, communication, automotive, advanced packaging, power and sensor technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Govind.
Just a minute.
You're not finished?
We are not finished yet.
Okay.
He finished.
This is of your students?
Yes, he finished. Yeah.
Oh, that's always a pleasure.
Hello everyone.
Okay.
I'm Shubhendra Kumar Jain.
Now, the second student which got opportunity to work at RMIT is Pargam Vasist, who has joined in April 2023. He is currently at RMIT with working with Sumit Walia, and he has been focusing on the heterostructure based device for cell power broadband optical detectors. So with the joint work we are able to publish quite a good publication from ACS Applied Electronic Materials to Surface Interfaces, Opticals and Laser Technology, and Material Research Bulletin, and ACS Applied Optical Material as well, where we are actually developing device which can operate at higher substrate, higher temperature, like 250 or 300 degrees centigrade operating temperature, which can tap the radiation from UV side to depend upon the which heterostructure material we are using, we can tap the optical radiations. So we have tuned this kind of entire electromagnetic band depend upon the requirement. We can define the material and as well as the cutoff wavelength for these material. This is another publication of that. Now I finished my talk here.
Thank you, but it's very wonderful to see very high impact publications coming out of the work of your students of RMIT as well as CSIR. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. The only thing which I was mentioning earlier, like Shubhendra is the example where we have started working on nitride, like molecular beam epitaxy. Then he went to RMIT where he learned the art of fabrication. Then in between he has a postdoc for a year. Then he was interviewed at Applied Materials where his skills for developing nitrides and the device fabrication was discussed, and he was given a very good offer to develop gallium nitride based devices which are being used for high power electronics, and he is working at MIT where they are developing this gallium nitride based device. So the integration of ACSIR or RMIT gives a kind of platform to student to excel in their research career, as well as we can in future we can see some kind of entrepreneurs or startups to come up. With this, I would like to thank the team of RMIT for collaboration, and hope to see more and better collaboration in future. Thank you.
That's very heartening to learn, really.
Very much.
Wonderful to see those activities you had promised to deliver, is delivering now in time. God bless. So I think with this, we come to end of the session 2. And I think thanks to all the speakers because for the excellent presentations and also for completing in time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We would also like to felicitate our session chair, and I request our director, sir, to kindly come up and felicitate our Professor Ajay, Assistant Director ACSIR, for presiding over the session wonderfully. Thank you, sir, for skillfully steering today's second session. Can we all put our hands together? Thank you so much, sir. It is a pleasure to bring to the stage another segment where we can hear the success stories of the alumni students and where they would speak about their journey in their joint research program. So I would like to call on Dr. Shweta. Dr. Shweta received her PhD on the topic of studies on the development and characterization of carbon-based materials for energy applications under the guidance of Dr. S.R. Dhakate, CSIR National Physical Laboratory, India, and Professor John Andrews, RMIT University, Australia. She is also a recipient of the Professor Baldev Raj Award for the best performance in the ACSIR RMIT PhD program. Now she is working as an assistant lecturer at MD University, Haryana. I invite Dr. Shweta to kindly come up on stage.
Very good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Shweta, and I'm here to present share my experience at RMIT University. This is my first time when I'm speaking at this stage. Otherwise, I have just heard my elders and scientists from the audience place. So I'm a bit nervous. So if you find anything query and any mistakes, just forgive me for that. So I'm just going to start my experience at RMIT. So I was the first student of ACSIR and the RMIT, and who was selected in ACS and RMIT program in 2017. Actually, this program started in 2017. And I have worked with Dr. S.R. Dhakate at National Physical Laboratory under the guidance of Dr. S.R. Dhakate. And in RMIT, I was associated with Professor John Andrews. And I have worked on the hydrogen technology-based applications, and particularly I worked on PEM fuel cell at NPL, and I just stretched my work at RMIT, and it was a proton battery. It is a really new concept in hydrogen technology, and if I would get any chance in future to speak on that, I would like to share my experience on that as well. Actually, my journey started in RMIT in 2017 when I got to know that I was selected in RMIT for my PhD studies. It was just a miracle for me because I have never witnessed my experience in abroad. So it was just a miracle for me to get selected in RMIT. But in actual, I visited RMIT University in 2019, and it took me 1.5 years to reach that place. And I did attend that university from 2019 to 2021. And when I landed in RMIT in Melbourne, the first thing I found that my supervisor came at airport in very chilling morning of Melbourne. And it was very humble thing for me that he came to visit me at the airport at very early morning, and especially in the winters. And that small deed just took my heart on that place. So it's very hard to share my experience just in terms of slides, but I try to share my all experience in short time period that they have given me here. So that's the work culture at RMIT University. The few things that really catch my eye there is the facilities they provide to their PhD students. The first thing, the RMIT Connect. What's this RMIT Connect? Because being a PhD student, you have to encounter with so many things. You have to encounter with your research, you have to encounter with your society and the environment as well. If you need any help, just go to the RMIT. They'll help you in anything, in any kind of field. And the main concern of international students at RMIT is the safety. They think about you, and they think for your safety first. And the other thing that catch my eye as a PhD student, that they do have a research lab risk assessments. What they are? I don't know, many of you know that or do not, but I would like to give you a brief thing about the risk assessment, what they are. The risk assessment, because being a PhD students, we come from different background. For example, if I'm a physicist, I do not know much about the chemistry thing and the other thing. So they let you familiar with all the field that you are going to put in your laboratory. So if you are going into laboratory, they let you know what are the risks associated, how to handle the lab, and what are the risks associated with it. They let you familiar what you are going to do and what the precaution you can go through with your science. And the other thing it just catch my eye, it was the management in terms of the lab management, the staff management, and the university management. How they manage their lab, it just blows your mind. And the other thing, because we all are PhD students, and being a PhD student, everybody seeks that they should have access on their instruments, because when we do any kind of research, we know our material, we know our research, so we should have the liberty to do our research by your own. So they give you the liberty to do your sample and do your research. So they just provide you all the freedom to do anything with your instruments. And that's the thing I like the most. So life at RMIT is the stress-free environment. Stress-free means it's 100% stress-free environment. And the peer support, they actually support you. And the counseling. Counseling means they counsel you in every way. They give you natural liberty. Natural liberty because being a PhD student, we restrict to have a fixed working hours, but they give you liberty to do your work at your own pace, at your own speed. RMIT provides seminars and workshops on daily basis. Seminar and workshops on your career counseling, on your future, on your research, on your well-being, on your personality, and so many things. Because at this moment, it's very hard to remember each and every detail for me right now. If you just Google the RMIT University and go through the seminars and workshop, they just have seminars and a workshop on the particular individual personality, for the personality on each and every day. They provide equitable learning. They do have a tours and trips, and they care for your health, safety, and well-being. When I was in Melbourne, after 6 months, COVID outbreak came, and I was not allowed to go to the university for straight 7 months. So it was very hard for every international students to cope up with the environment. But RMIT University support, my RMIT supervisor, and especially Professor Suresh Bhargava, they just provide all kind of supports to their international students. And Professor Suresh Bhargava, he always had his eye on their student as well, because he has to encounter with so many of his students, but he feels each and every student that he is special, and they are special, and they care for you. So it's just a small glimpse of myself in Melbourne, because it was not possible to put all my memories in just one slide, because I have just collected thousands of photographs in Melbourne, because when I finished my coursework there, when I finished my experiments, before coming to the India, I just went to several places and collected so many memories at RMIT, at Melbourne as well. So these are few memories, and really I am missing my photo with my Indian supervisor, because we tend to hesitate to have a photo with our supervisor in India. So definitely I'm trying to get one photo with my Indian supervisor as well, so that I can collect in my memory too. So that's the slide I have snatched from Professor Suresh Bhargava, because when I first hear these words from Professor Suresh Bhargava in one of the presentation, so that's actually catched my mind. The first is the recognize. Recognize, always recognize who is going to help you, who helps you in your journey, in your life journey, in your professional journey, in your personal journey. Remember, and always remember who has helped you and who is going to help you. And the reciprocate. If you have a power to reciprocate this thing, definitely you have to reciprocate. And if I got any position in future, like you scientist, definitely I'm going to reciprocate the deeds what Professor Suresh Bhargava is going on, because he's just trying to elevate or uplift the life of every individual. So I think that's the motto of every guru and every scientist and the every teacher. And what's the takeaway for the students we have here? Always be humble and kind, because foremost, we are all human. And being a humble and a kind person always wins a heart. And the second, do not ever miss any opportunity. Why I am saying this thing? Because I have applied for this RMIT program just 2 days prior of the deadline, and I was not sure I got selected or not. And always remember your roots, parents and gurus, because without their support, you are nothing. And with your support, with their support and blessing, you can catapult anywhere in your life, or you can just have any place, higher places at any in the world. What I took away from the RMIT, and this special message I want to give, especially to girls and to someone who want to hear this, I became independent, because when we are present abroad, we have to do our own things by own. Means you have to work as women as well as a man. And that program made me confident and strong, and the foremost important thing, satisfied. I feel satisfied in my PhD, that I have worked my hard to complete my PhD. So that's the main thing for me. And recently, I got the Baldev Raj Memorial Award for the best performance in the PhD. And that's the acknowledgement. I would like to thank first CSIR-NPL, to Director Sir, Coordinator Ma'am, all the scientists, staff of my carbon department, because these are my roots, and without roots, nobody can stand anywhere in life. And I would like to thank ECSIR, technical staff and team, because we know each and everyone try to help you at your journey. And the RMIT University staff and the technical team, and my supervisor, Dr. S.R. Dhakate. Thank you very much, sir, for supporting me. My supervisor, Professor John Andrews, and a very special thank to Professor Suresh Bhargava. He always tried to motivate me, and what I am today, or maybe I am speaking in front of you, because I have never imagined that at one day I'll speak in front of you all. So I think that's the confidence and that's the power is given by Professor Suresh Bhargava. It's not just a special person like me. He just give all these things, all his blessings to each and everyone. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Bhargava. And thank you so much. If anyone asks any questions about the RMIT or my experience, so I would be happy to share that.
Thank you so much for sharing an encouraging journey with us. We have Dr. Yogesh Kumar also, who would like to share his journey. Dr. Yogesh Kumar completed his bachelor's and master's degree at the University of Delhi. He pursued a joint PhD program at CSIR-NPL and RMIT Australia, showcasing his commitment to global collaboration in scientific research. His research includes the development of a versatile mathematical equation to model the temperature and field-dependent magnetoconductivity of these materials. Dr. Kumar's findings are not only significant significant for the specific material studied, but also hold relevance for other topological materials, providing valuable insights for researchers in the field of topological electronics. During his research tenure at RMIT, Dr. Kumar spent over a year successfully conducting in-depth studies, resulting in a substantial number of publications. His impactful research has not only contributed to the scientific community, but has also established him with high international contacts. Dr. Yogesh Kumar's career exemplifies a dedication to advancing knowledge and fostering global connections in the field of material science. I invite Dr. Yogesh Kumar to kindly come forward and share your insights.
Good afternoon all, and a late good evening to all my online listeners from RMIT Australia. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizing committee for giving me a chance for which I stand before you today with immense gratitude and excitement as I reflect on my transformative experience during joint PhD program. As said by our senior Shweta, I guess she have explained all the protocols which we in details which we are going through during our here at CSIR-NPL and RMIT. So I will not repeat each and everything because it's going to be the same and take too much time. So I will just briefly explain my experience which I have gone through during my visit to the RMIT Melbourne, Australia. So I'll just take you to a realistic tour to RMIT and Melbourne, that how I govern my research over there and how am I able to collaborate between in NPL Delhi and RMIT University in Melbourne. So, respected Chief Guest, Professor Drummond, Guest of Honor Distinct Professor Suresh Bhagava, Dhar Sir, and Honorable Director Professor Venugopal Achanta Sir. So I have been a PhD student at these esteemed universities at CSIR and RMIT. So I have joined CSIR-NPL in August 2018 under the supervision of Professor V.P.S. Savana. So topic of my research is I have studied various different forms of topological materials and in different aspects, and studied their transport properties and how they're going to be governed with different temperatures and magnetic field as well. So during my research, I have developed a unique universal model which can explain how these charge carriers in these such topological materials and how they're going to behave at different conditions. So this is a unique formula which can explain each and everything in that. So I'm not going in detail in what I have done because I'm here to explain my experience which I am governed during Australia and here at RMIT. So, but as explained by senior supervisor, so after being selected for this program, so we nearly lost all hope due to the challenges posed by COVID-19, as we all know about that. So, and we have lots of international restrictions and we don't able to pursue our research. And then and as explained over there, so however during this challenging period, RMIT and Australian government provided invaluable assistance, playing a pivotal role in realizing our dream, that how they helped us via online. We are continuously having weekly presentations and how we're going to govern our research during this period as well. So over the course of almost a year, I had the privilege of working under the guidance of two distinguished professors, Professor Len Wong and Professor James Shortridge. Over which there I got the opportunity to work under them and realize different aspects of these materials. And the program, truly an outstanding platform, has not only enriched my knowledge but also provided an avenue to engage with and learn from world-leading scientific communities which I have faced the experience. Then I am now eager to leverage this experience as I embark on the next phase of my career. So my experience, including working as a postdoctoral fellow, scientific and professor, with ultimate goal of empowering the younger and to pursue scientific and the technology prospects of different parts of over there. So I express my heartfelt gratitude to my RMIT supervisor, Professor Wang and Professor Partridge, whose guidance and feedback during our weekly presentation and group meetings, like we usually has meetings, and then after that how we going to make the plans for the next coming week, that how we going to conduct our research and what are the different aspects of them. So the work experience at RMIT was nothing short of awesome, with a fantastic work-life balance that allowed me to enjoy both my academic and my pursuit and the vibrant study life at Melbourne. So now I would like to share a few memories from my visit to RMIT, which I experienced over there in different slides, like starting from here, like the distinct Professor Suresh Bhargava, the Dean RI India. They like welcoming welcoming session organized by Suresh Bhargava sir and his team, like take him also over there. Below shows the like team who is really very supportive to all of the students who belongs to this ACSR RMIT program. So if we face any problem, like Tay is always there. He always come in front of us, and we didn't feel like we are away from home. It's like a home. We are there, and he is very supportive to us. If we have even whatever the problem we have, whether it's belong to our academic or even it's a personal one, so Tay is there who helps us, and he always connect us to Suresh Bhargava sir, and like they are like a family over there. We don't feel like we are away from home. So he's too much supportive over there. So here during my visit to RMIT, I have got a chance to attend the international conference ICN, which is conducted at Newcastle, and over there I have like presented my work which I have conducted at RMIT. He's a few pics, and thereafter like here, and also one more thing, like each and every festival of our culture is very well celebrated in the RMIT. Like is a picture one which shows like the celebration of the Independence Day. So over there we like again each and every moments which we like, if we are away from home, so we miss the things over there here. But in RMIT, Suresh Bhargava sir team and the take him also there, so they don't like this each celebrate each and every, even a small to small functions they celebrate over there. So one of here's like again we have like Diwali celebration is over there, which we can see here. So in RMIT we don't feel like we are over there in few moments. And finally, like from over there, after I came back to India, I have successfully defended my PhD thesis last month. So here the like Professor VPS Savannah who's over there, who's and my professor from like RMIT, James Pattis, is missing over here. So which I feel. And then finally, the RMIT not only taught me the notions of effective research communication through presentation, but also played a pivotal role in shaping my entrepreneurship aspirations. I am indebted to Professor Suresh Bhargava for his unwavering support and mentorship throughout this journey, serving as a continuous motivator. My sincere thanks extend to RMIT for its underlying support, as well as to my country, CSIR, and its team, and my laboratory for providing me with this wonderful opportunity. I cherish the moment of living from branches to learning to like various activities like playing cricket over there, or different games which I learned from there. Participating in events enriched my life in Melbourne at RMIT's organized trips, allowed me to witness the breathtaking beauty of Australia. As I move forward, I am filled with hope and determination to transform into a global leader, carrying with me the knowledge and experience gained through this remarkable journey. So at the end, thank you all for being part of this incredible chapter in my life. I look forward to the exciting challenges and opportunities that lie ahead in my career. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your experience and journey with us. I request the Director Sir to kindly come up on stage and felicitate Dr. Shweta and Dr. Yogesh. I request the Director Sir to kindly come up on stage. We would like to acknowledge their accomplishments and express our gratitude for the positive impact they have had in their respective field through this joint venture. I invite Dr. Yogesh and Dr. Shweta on stage. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors, and may your journey continue to inspire many young scholars. Now we have come to the most interactive part of today's workshop, the panel discussion. We are privileged to have amongst us distinguished panel of experts to delve into your queries through their knowledge and expertise and bring forth different perspectives. So without further delay, I would like to call on the moderator, distinguished Professor Suresh Bhargav on stage. Professor Venu Gopalachanta, Professor Manoj Dhar, Professor Sujiva Setunge, Professor Callum Drummond, Professor Manoranjan Parida, Dr. Ranjana Agarwal. I invite Dr. Neeru Saini on stage. I request you all to kindly take up your seats on the dais. Our goal today is to foster an engaging conversation that not only enlightens us, but also sparks up ideas and solutions to the challenges. So throughout the discussion, we encourage you to engage, ask questions, explore the insights of our esteemed panelists, and let us dive into this enriching conversation. So I open the floor for a dynamic exchange of thoughts. I hand over to our moderator.
This is the hard part, the hardest one. Because you know, to asking a question to your boss, what can happen? But the fact is, what you saw today, one message was very clear. The collective intelligence works. It is proven now, no doubt about it, right? And second thing is there, you can do it, which many of the seniors did it, so think about it, you can do it. Now let us start. Nothing is perfect in this world, nothing is perfect. And no program is perfect either. Challenges will always be there. Only trick is there how we handle those challenges. Now these panel sessions over here is, certain questions are there, we are going to ask you, what is the next stage, where you go from here, right? So my first question is probably from the panels over here, and probably I can start from the boss actually, it's the easy question, Kalam. I think the question is very simple, where we can go from here, what are the other avenues we can develop to take the next stage of this collaboration? Do our journeys start just finish from the PhD programs, or one of the speakers cautioned these things that this collaboration of the research can take the second milestone, where the research like done by here, taken by RMIT, but why not the scientists interact more and more? So if they interact more and more, perhaps we can move into the startup, we can move to the product development, we can make the real difference. Is that stage is possible? Kalam, over to you.
Thanks, Suresh. And I actually like the direction that Professor Durr was taking this morning, because I think the next evolution of our engagement with ACER and CSIR is to go further down the pathway to impact, so to introduce a greater element of research translation in our engagement. And research translation, frequently a lot of people talk about it in terms of accelerating commercialization and entrepreneurship and the creation of new ventures. But I think it goes beyond that. We can have impact that's not just about creating new ventures and not just about entrepreneurship. Together we can make a difference to society and the environment and to existing firms, so it doesn't necessarily involve new venture creation. And I think that's probably, to my mind, not totally forgetting the conduct of excellent research, because that's really important and that's the front end of the pipeline in my mind, but almost like starting with the end in mind. So what value do you want to create beyond the academic community before you actually start the excellent research, and then work together towards realising that value creation, that benefit generation. So that's where I think we can go next, in particular in this partnership.
Manoj, any comment from you, from ACSIR?
I think,
yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's okay. So as I said in the morning, and as Professor Callum was also talking about it, definitely we would like to see that this engagement, which has, as I spoke in the morning, it has stood the test of time, and we have really seen that this is working, because in many cases the collaborations do take place, but they end up very quickly. Maybe it's more between the individuals who are participating in that collaboration. But here is an example that the two institutions are collaborating, or even I would say, when I say ACSIR as an institution, we have also to keep in mind that it is maybe a umbrella of many institutions, and different fields of study, different expertise which is available, and bringing them together. I think it's one of the unique examples that under one roof you can get everything, and then interacting with the university like RMIT, another prestigious university of Australia. So I think it has worked very nicely, and the kind of feedback which we have seen from the students, it's excellent, and the way they have been treated and the way they are now going very confidently in life. I liked what Shweta was saying, that confidence which she has got. So there are many big scientists in that group who are presently in Australia or who are really wanting to be in RMIT. The future is very bright. So yes, in addition to what we are doing, I would, as I said in the morning, this needs to be continued with more vigor, but also the new areas of research, new emerging technologies which will be really useful for the society. I agree that they have.
I mean, you have the I-Industry program launched, right? Would you like to include that I-Industry programs in RMIT SSR program, where the industry can be involved?
Yeah, I think one of the things which we did this year, as I mentioned, is the launching of this iPhD program, and it's a very unique program. Somewhere in May we thought of it, and as I kept on discussing it with many people, many stakeholders, the response always was very, very positive. They said that you go ahead with this, because it's always been felt that there is some kind of a gap between the technology level where you can achieve, which you can achieve in the lab, and the technology level which is actually required by the industry. So there is always a gap, and that gap has to be bridged. That those skills have to be imparted, and where from those skills will come, I think we have planned, and that is how we are going about it, is to include the industries right from the beginning. And one of the experiments which we have started with iPhD is signing off an MOU with the National Innovation Foundation, wherein we are actually interacting with the grassroots innovators. I recently was in a function on 29th of November, wherein we interacted with grassroots innovators, and there are so many of them. They have invented something, but the point is that they don't know they don't have the wherewithals to scale up those technologies. So it's here that ACSIR's role is coming in, that we are trying to now connect those innovators with our students, and definitely bringing in money from the industries and the expertise from the industries. That's what is more important in this case, and trying to develop that. Surely we would, because we have just started, we are also trying to understand whether this experiment of ours, how good it will be. So surely, as I have said, we would definitely love to have this program included in ACSIR RMIT profile, and having industry involvement not only in India but also in Australia.
I think here the Sujiva comes, because she has started the terms, she has started the centers. You saw her presentations, where she's interacted with many universities and also many industries. A pioneer lady of the industrial collaboration, Sujiva, what do you think? These I-industry PhD programs.
Yeah, I think it's a terrific idea. Yeah, just if you take a step back, I think what you have created, Suresh, is this partnership between two institutions awarding PhDs, and we have shown that the program works, and we do bring colleagues from either side together for a need, and it is working. So I think the next stage would be broadening the collaboration to bring industry in, and it's the right time, because if you bring everyone together at the same time, you have more problems to solve. But when you have a working platform, it's easy now for us to bring industry into the party. Now, yes, Callum also mentioned this. I think I'm just taking Callum's words here. I think the advocacy at RMIT from the top has always been that you create the knowledge at the university. However, to create impact from the knowledge, you need a partner who will take the knowledge to the next stage. So improve the technology readiness level and then go into commercialization. This partner, if you bring the partner at a later stage of research, it requires more effort because you would have wasted time where you could have made the right decisions if the partner has been engaged from the beginning. So you mentioned the research program I presented earlier, Suresh. I was so glad that I consulted the industry before I created the program, because the idea I had was we have about 25 solutions which we developed in academia for engineered materials from waste, and my question was, why aren't these translated? Can we form a collaboration? And when we brought the industry, they said, well, the problem is not engineering and nor the science. The problem is market acceptance. Do you have the business model? Can you scale it up? And is scaling up viable?
So there are so many stages we as academics are not the best at solving as scientists and engineers. So we had to bring social scientists in who understand behavior change, colleagues from business who understand environmental procurement, and then colleagues from IT or computer science who understand the tools required. So we have formed a large collaboration. So if you use the same approach here, bring the right partners from the beginning and bring the cross-disciplinary team. Yeah, I was so pleased to see a lot of topics. I mean, Rebecca Young was supervising one project. She's from the College of Design and Social Context, and that's on photovoltaic cells. So the program has actually engaged internally different disciplines at RMIT. I'm sure we can expand it here and also broaden it to industry.
Thanks. I personally see you as emerging women leaders in the industrial collaborations at RMIT. So you are gaining both knowledge and experience, which will need it for tomorrow, for sure. And the experiments are there. Now, my next question is basically the two directors of the CSIR. CSIR laboratories work with the industries. They are designed to work with the industries. And Vinu and Professor Parida, that you both have academic life. Now you are in CSR lab as a responsible for the CSR, which is supposed to do the translation research, solving the problems, right? So you are here to solve the real world problems. You need the real world graduates, where the RMIT come in the picture, right? What do you think that how you can incorporate both the real world graduates and real world scenario with both academics life and PhDs as well as they can take to the market. India is a new India. You know that startup culture is coming up. Every CSR labs is the innovation hub now is coming there, and government is putting a lot of pressure on that too. Is it true? Isn't it? Government is putting a lot of pressure to produce the startup, the innovation hubs, and everything is coming up. So how do you think these RMIT ACSR programs can help you to reach that milestone? Over to you, Vinu, or Professor Parida?
Thank you, Professor Bhargav. In fact, the entire workshop has been quite engaging. So I'll just start with one example, steel slag road technology. So that's one which the Institute has developed in the recent years. And it was possible with support of 4 steel industries in the country. And now we are trying to expand. So I'll say that if you want to improve our industry connect, the problem statements can be a little bit different. The end outcome is not going to be in the form of a research paper. Here we have shown. So these are my publications. So the outcomes are, they are going to look like in terms of patents. They need to look in the form of technology. And at the national level here in the country, the government is impatient with respect to guidelines. It should be put to the practice. In fact, for this steel slag road technology, we have spent 3 years. Now the guidelines are approved by Ministry of Steel. It has the next phase of journey. So reaching market is not very easy. Probably as researchers, you cannot make all the kinds of efforts. So I'll say that choosing the problem statement on which these research works are to be done, I'll say that they need to align with certain missions, certain important agenda of the government, like the PM Gati Shakti plan is one, then the road development plan. So, if you choose the problem in a way that they are relevant to the contemporary society, that's certainly going to attract the attention of the industry, and we can definitely improve better industry orientation. So that's only one example I said. We are currently working at CRR for the development of biobitumen, where we have partnered with another CSR lab, that is Indian Institute of Petroleum Engineering. So there was a mention about biomass in your slide. So we worked on rice straw to making biobitumen. because we had a meeting with the Minister of Road Transport and Highways. So we are now importing 50% of the bitumen. If you develop some alternate, or there was mention about usage of rubber, like rubber modified asphalt is one, that can reduce the import of bitumen. So these new ideas, that means the problem statements, if they are aligned along these lines, which is of priority to the government, and the industry is also very keen on these statements. So it depends like what kind of problem statement we are defining. That will give stronger industry orientation to our academic program. And the output will specify, other than high impact publication, yes, it has to be in terms of technology, patent, and startup. Typically, we should mentor our graduates, those who are coming out. I have just one statement. We need to nurture them, so they have completed PhD, but then we keep track of their career movement so that they become academic leaders like you, like any one of us. That's what, so maybe sometimes the alumni engagement on a sustained basis is going to be quite helpful.
Good. Binu, do you have any comment?
Right, I mean, I just agree with all the previous speakers. First thing is, this is a university to university kind of collaboration where we are doing excellent on the metrics corresponding to R&D. Right. One area where we should grow is to develop these R&D activities so that we do the broader areas of interest to both the institutions and the countries. Right. Are we experts in developing industry, startups or whatever? Not really. Do we have the expertise? Yes, we have to some extent. But if we want to diversify or thin ourselves down or not at this stage is something which needs to be looked at, and that comes, for example, it's easier if we have 2-3 technologies of connected areas. And from that, you can build a startup. Startup building with just one single idea, and then after that single product, what next? Right.
Sure.
It's not, it's like a baby to be taken care of over, say, 10, 15, 20 years. Are we geared up as a university to that kind of scenario?
I think, yeah, challenge is more. No question about it. But my experience, my vision, my working with the industries for 30 years as well, at various positions as well, it tells that industry, if you want to solve the real world problems, you have to produce the real world graduates.
Absolutely.
Right?
That's
and
true.
this scenario, what the RMIT CSIR collaboration was established in there to give the exposure to this real world, these class over there, to what the world is doing. I mean, you are doing here, but what the world is doing. First thing. Second thing, CSIR, like CSIRO, they are designed to do the translation research, translate the research fundamentals into the real world, impactful, meaningfuls there too. But what is coming in between? My experience shows we do not understand what the market expects from the higher education. We don't know what the business expects. Business is so flexible.
Right.
Business is designed to make a profit only.
Right.
Business only understand the value of profit. If they don't make a profit, they're out. Shareholders, right? When they give the donation, they give the grant, I can tell you very clearly, they expect only 20%. Otherwise, I'm giving the grant 20%, nothing else. They say clearly, Suresh, we expect you that thing's milestone, that's it, full stop. Go away. That's it. I mean, I work with Alcoa World Alumina, largest producer of the alumina in the world, for 25 years continuously. Give them a full technology, but they took over where the fundamentals sort, that's it, Suresh, your task is over, finish. Take it to us. My scientist will take it to the technology over there. Those days were old. At the moment, I believe that India has a unique opportunity. You are so diverse in the world, from -40 to +40, the temperature. The food varies, the people varies, the problem varies. Where do you want to go? So what it means, it provides a perfect platform for innovation.
Absolutely. Innovation is needed. So one way to go in this direction is what CSIR labs are doing currently. Any project which is approved requires an industry partner right from day one.
Yes.
Right. So if that's the way to go forward, instead of looking at nurturing startups or something which requires a completely different expertise, let's go with an industry partner right from we identify the mutually interesting problem with a technology outcome which can be transferred to an industry which we identify right at the beginning.
We can help you in the sense that if Indian industries want to participate in our PhD programs, not only they are developing a skills what is needed for India, but also global.
Right.
So what is required for the global industries, your product should not be seen in India, but your product should be seen in the world, right?
Right.
Madam,
Professor
what do you think?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, like, for projects we talk about translation. And I think from the student perspective, this is after PhD. Does RMIT thinking anything about post-PhD things also?
Yes, they know not only translation research start nowadays from during the PhD programs. We don't want to wait for that time that okay, first year your PhD is just for publication. No, many RMIT has a startup, RMIT has innovation hubs. Students can take their ideas there. They can get a small grants for $20,000 straightway. If they have good ideas, they can go. Even Indian government is giving you lakhs and 5 lakhs and 10 lakhs there. They don't need to be PhDs. They can have ideas there. They can go for there too. But that's why I'm telling you the mindset is there, which is bothering me sometimes, being a publisher of 700 papers, by the way, that is the paper is only the criteria? Is publication is only the criteria? Is only the top publication is the criteria? No. Or is the criteria is there? Why we are just only H-index only? Why we are just on H-index only? Why not we judge that what a person has made a significant contribution to the industry's translation to make? Because what I'm telling you, the technologies are changing every day, right? Technologies are merging with AI, artificial intelligence, right? Technology needs the graduates, skills graduates for tomorrow. They are suffering, I can tell you, right? They are suffering for that too. So our job is first of all, provide that skill graduate for them, which can work tomorrow straightway. Second is there, now the new generation, I saw in Bombay, IT Bombay, startups, 100,000 startup you have here per year. And average age, I told you, the CEOs were 32 years old. 32 years old. I saw them there too. They have a 14 staff, 2 staff, 5 staffs. They're making different products. I mean, this culture is developing. How CSIR, how our program can take the advantage of it?
So let me give you a little bit of further context about the Australian environment. So our federal government incentivises universities to encourage students, PhD students, to have an industry placement in the first 18 months of their PhD. So from the federal government, we get additional funding if our students spend the first part of the first 18 months in. An agreement has to be signed in the first 18 months. Yeah, well, an agreement has to be signed for the first 18 months that they're going to spend part of their time in industry. A little while ago, we refreshed our teaching curricula for PhD students. So in the first year, they have coursework. And one of the new courses was Research with Impact, where we teach them about pathways to impact for their research. And then what we introduced last year in a pilot scheme, but we're going to roll out fully this year, is we're going to have 2 types of postdoctoral fellows moving forward. One which is the traditional one, and one which we're going to call Research Translation Fellows. So in terms of TRL levels, they're going to be working further down the TRL level, and they're going to be working closer to the end point in terms of research translation. So that's a couple of things that the federal government has done to incentivise us, and also as an institution we've introduced recently.
Okay, any internship programs also you do, RMIT? Any short internship programs for the research scholars? Is RMIT thinking on it?
Oh, yeah.
Do you mean can people that already have a PhD come into RMIT? Yeah, potentially they can come in as visiting scientists, or if we've got fellowships, they can come in on fellowships. We we regularly have a cohort of visiting students and visiting scientists. So if there's any interest, if it's in the science and engineering area, I suggest the first point of contact is Professor Sajiva Satunge, who's sitting next to me.
Thank you.
I think there's before we conclude there, is there any question from the audience, please? Any questions? Okay.
Because we have so many interested faces here and it's clear that the program works so very well, I would like some reflections, if possible, from the partners about how you're currently linking the RMIT researchers with the candidate students. You know, what have you learnt so far about building the relationships? And is there a way that we can all do this better? You know, how we're matching the projects you have and the expertise we have.
Okay. Anybody, scientist, supervisor can answer, or probably Manoj, you can answer. You can answer.
Maybe I'll make a comment. I think it works best where the potential supervisors come together before the students started and co-develop projects. And then the students actually apply to projects which already have supervisors identified. So the supervisors have workshopped areas, they've agreed on the areas where they think they have complementary capability, they write a project description, and the students apply to the project which already has the known supervisors. Nice. And as part of the process, the students can contact the supervisors to learn more about the supervisors, but to also learn more about the project. We started this, I think, where the students had already commenced their ACER degree, and then part of the way in, then tried to work out, well, who can I work with in RMIT? I think moving forward we should explore more if we can get further upstream to co-develop the projects. I think that'd be very positive. No, you're right. You're right, Kalam, absolutely.
I think the two programs are initiated. Bobby, can I answer you as well? We initiated, we are planning for that as well. It is not just a ACSR students, but I was thinking to start in my center as well, and probably I was talking to Sujiva. Then there is a gap. When a student submit his and her PhD thesis, there is a gap of 3 months, very good gap of 3 months, when he and she waits for the examiner's results. That period is quite critical. Then I was thinking that to give the chance to these students to work with the another groups, to make it more multidisciplinary, very complementary groups, another groups, provide the 3-month scholarships and give them a flavor that, okay, what is the interdisciplinary means, what the multidisciplinary means, so that his and her skills can be varied, a little bit more expanded by the times he and she get the result of the PhD. So that is using that 3 months transition period when he and she is waiting for the examiner's result, then instead of just writing something, give the different exposure straightway to the university, different groups. He and she is not allowed to work in the same supervisor, has to move out straightway for the different groups where she shows that, okay, my complementary skills lies over here, I can get something more out of that. That's one thing. Secondly is there, already this program is experimenting this, that the programs like Carbon Things, they are also doing the similar techniques when they go to RMIT in different disciplines and successful. So that is already showing up that when the project is going on over here, fine, but the same skilled person, when we work to the different groups over there and try to do something else over there, that is even more innovative, more successful, and getting a very top papers and top inventions over there. That is working as well. So the both things is in plan over there.
Thanks, Suresh. Can I say a couple of things? Sure. Yeah, so if you want to keep the student for another 3 months and working on with other disciplines, probably the best way would be to sponsor it by your partners so that the student is working on something which is addressing a need from a sponsor. So otherwise, if you just arbitrarily place the student, most probably it wouldn't deliver the required value. I just want to touch on what you mentioned previously, Callum, about co-designing projects. Now, this visit has been really terrific for me. I have a lot of projects which I now, when I go back, which I'll introduce to the team who works with me. Professor Dakota talked on bauxite waste. And bauxite waste is something we have been trying to get our hands on for a long time. And we have a lot of legal requirements in Australia. If we can start a project here where we have access to bauxite waste here, a joint PhD candidate, we would be very much interested. And with Professor Parida, we have been talking about a number of areas we want to work on. So, Suresh, I think we need to find a way to bring our colleagues together, either online or short visits, find time for them to come together so we understand the capability, expertise on either side so that projects can be co-designed. On another note, we already have a large group of colleagues working together already. Oh, yeah. So I think we don't have to look any further. We can already co-design projects because through this collaboration, we understand each other better. So although...
I think two things I want to do. iIndustry project, what the Professor Manoj Thar has taken to the ACSIR is a unique product. And if the Indian industries want to take part, want to take the full advantage of a graduate who is getting the experience for RMIT as well, they will be very happy, I believe. They will get a very good skill, a specially skilled person. We will be happy that we are also working not only the academia, but also the industry as well. And maybe Australian industry may take part as well. They have taken part before, they might come forward as well. But and also request to you, probably next time we see some of the IGBI students as well to RMIT. I think your lab has not been part of us yet, but now you can see the success of these stories as well. The last question, last comment before we go.
Suresh, the MC is being very polite, but I think it's now time to finish this and move on to the next agenda item.
Last comment?
Last comment is I think we should move to the next agenda item.
Okay. All right, the next item is that we have a cultural programs, we have a tea over here. Also, we have also the award declarations of the poster session as well. So I will hand it over to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know we do have a lot of queries, but we have come to the close of a very thought-provoking and insightful panel discussion. I would like to thank all our panelists for bringing 4 different perspectives to the table. Thank you so much. I request you all to kindly proceed towards the front row. And I request the Director, Sir, and our guest of honor to kindly stay back on the stage for prize distribution. I request a Director, CSIR-NPL, and a guest of honor, Distinguished Professor Suresh Bhargavaji, to kindly stay on the stage for the prize distribution. Please stay. So now we have come to the most awaited part of the segment, which all the research scholars might have been waiting for so long, the prize distribution for the poster presentation. So around 58 posters were displayed in the A.R. Verma lawn and dedicatedly prepared by the ACSIR students. The posters were evaluated by a group of 6 experts, 3 from RMIT and 3 outside of NPL. So I would like to tell the jury the name of the jury: Dr. Jenny Zhang, Dr. Kate Fox, Dr. Bobby Flies, and we had Dr. S.C. Kanpal, who is a retired chief scientist of NPL, and we had Dr. Foran Singh, he's a scientist at IUAC Delhi, and Dr. Pratima Solanke, professor at JNU. So before we begin with the prize distribution, I would like to call on Dr. Pratima Solanke on stage so that we can felicitate you and honor you for your contribution to this evaluation of the poster presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am, for helping in the evaluation of the posters. And I also thank the researchers for the active participation and enthusiasm throughout the poster presentations. So after careful consideration, the judges have made their decisions, and it's now time to announce the results. I would like to express our appreciation to all the participants for their hard work and dedication. So as the excitement is there, and I would like to reveal the names of the winners. So to dispel your apprehensions, I declare the third prize for the poster presentation. So the third prize is a tie between two posters. So it goes to poster number 23, Saloni Sharma. She did present it online, so I request her colleague Lisa to kindly come up and collect the certificate on her behalf. The title of the poster that she displayed was Potential Selectivity of Monolayer MOS2 Quantum Materials for Futuristic Terahertz Applications and Comparison with its bulk counterpart. So as your curiosities rise up, we have another prize for third position in poster competition, and it goes to poster number P47 that belongs to Kanika, and she's also not present here, so I request a colleague Toshi to kindly collect the certificate. The title of the poster was A Strategic Approach to Design Multifunctional RGB Luminescent Security Pigment Based Golden Ink with Myriad Security to Curb Counterfeiting of Passport. And as already declared that there is a cash prize for the best posters. So there is a cash prize of 1,000 rupees for third position, and that would digitally be transferred to the account of the students. So as your curiosities rise to the apex, and you still continue to get goosebumps, so now I go on to announce the second prize for the poster presentation, which is again a tie between two posters. So it goes to the second prize for poster presentation, goes to poster number P28, and it belongs to Lalita. If you are here, kindly come up on stage. The title of the poster was Synthesis of Quantum Dots by Hot Injection Method for Photoelectric Applications. Second prize, poster number P28. The presenter, first author's name is Lalita. So the second poster receiving the second prize is P39 that belongs to Manisha. The title of the poster was Tuning Properties of Conjugated Polymer and Selenophene versus Thiophene. So I can sense that the hearts are throbbing aloud and the excitement is there for the award for the first position of poster competition. So again, it's a tie. So we have two winners. So it goes, the first prize for the poster presentation goes to poster number P10, P10, Lisa Datta. Kindly come up on stage. The title of the poster is Carbon Nanomaterial PDMS-derived ultra-sensitive variable strain sensors for a wide range of human motion monitoring. So finally, the last prize, And the first prize for the poster presentation goes to poster number P7, Urvashi Varshne. The title of the poster is Nanoflowers-like heterostructure-based self-powered broadband photo detector with ultra-high responsivity. Can you please help on switch on the mic, please?
I think giving the prizes here, we're thinking that from next time we'll have a gender equality, right?
All the 6 prizes gone there too.
Yes, that is actually commendable that all the 6 prizes have been won by female candidates. So, huge round of applause to all the female research scholars here. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Let us give another huge round of applause to all the participants and, of course, our deserving winners. So as we have come to the end of today's workshop, I express my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for being an incredible part of this workshop and making it a memorable one. I would like to close with the famous dictum, coming together is a beginning, staying together is a progress, working together is success. We believe that this strong alliance between ACSIR and RMIT will continue to grow, and this enduring legacy will shape the future for years to come. We will disperse for a short tea break, but after that we have some joyous festivities arranged for you all. So you have a rainbow of events and you are going to get a glimpse of India's culture. So I request you all to kindly be seated after 15 minutes. You have a show of Punjabi, Rajasthani and Haryanvi dances and some melodious singing to rejuvenate your hearts and souls. So please be back after 15 minutes.